meetings yesterday afternoon and a wonderful morning of tours. Had the opportunity to tour Jefferson Early Learning Center here in Missoula, the Willard Alternative Program in their brand new building, and the Ag Center and Meat Processing Plant where we were had a beautiful lunch served and prepared by FFA students there. So it was just a great morning. And I want to thank board members for participating, and of course Missoula County Public Schools and their superintendent Rob Watson for all of the behind the scenes legwork that it took for this incredible morning of opportunity. We also had the opportunity to network with the Legislative Interim Education Committee who joined us on the tour, and had an opportunity to have lots of great conversations and great energy around what is happening in our public schools. So thanks everyone for tagging along. It was a little bit chilly. Hopefully our feet are defrosting a little bit and our hands are warming up, and, because it was a bit chilly, but absolutely amazing. So we're going to start with roll call, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Chris, would you please do roll call for us? Darlene Shuttle.
Present.
Tammy Lacey. Present. Ann Keith. Here. Susie Helen. Here. Mary Howard.
That's me.
Here. Natalie Quinlan. Here. Jane Hammond. Here. Paige Lepard. Superintendent Arnson. Commissioner Christian. Governor Jim Forte. Voting members of the board are all present, and so we therefore have a quorum. So that's exciting as we conduct our business this afternoon. But please stand and honor our great country. The flag is behind you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We, the Board of Public Ed encourages the public to participate in our meetings, and we can do that via in person, and we do have some guests here with us today. Is there anyone like to introduce themselves that are here with us today? I believe, yeah, Rich, Arlene.
Arlene Walker Andrews, I'm a member of the Missoula Board.
How nice. We have a member of the Missoula County Board of Trustees here with us observing our meetings. And so thank you and welcome, and glad to see you. Hello, Alex has joined us again, as has Amanda. So thank you. We have a small audience today. To those of you that are visiting us via Zoom, this meeting is open to the public electronically. This time will be provided for, we'll have public comment throughout when we have action items. There'll be an opportunity for public comment. If you want to comment on any of those items throughout the agenda, please raise your hand, which is in the bottom portion of your screen there. And at the appropriate time, you'll be recognized by the board chair to be able to make your public comments. The board also takes written public comments on anything that you would like to provide for us in writing. And you can send that to our executive director, McCall Flynn, at bpe@mt.gov. And that your written comments will be shared with board members, and they're also included as part of the official public record. So that is how we ensure and welcome public participation. We have several agenda items with us today. We'll start on item 10, which is under the licensure committee, and vice chair of the board and chair of the licensure committee, Madeline Quinlan, will take over that section. Then we'll switch to the executive committee report when that section is done, and we'll have 3 reports there, and then that will be followed by MSDB. We'll round out our day, and how great that we get to start with kids this morning, and we get to end in talking about kids this afternoon. So I'm very excited about that, and so that will close out our day for today before we begin our meetings again tomorrow morning. So with that, I would like to now turn it over to the licensure committee and its chair, Madeline Quinlan. Chair Quinlan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first, we have a number of items to get through this afternoon. We have 17 items, or 7 items, sorry, for the licensure committee. And the first one is actually all of the, well, a number of them are action items. 5 of them are action items. And the first one is an initial review of BPE case 2021-13 related to Collins, and Jacob Griffith is going to present that for us. So Jacob, welcome, and please go ahead.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chairperson Quinlan. Thank you for having me. It's nice to be back with you all. This is BPE case number 2021-13. It's in the matter of Catherine Collins. This is the time place set for an initial review. The Office of Public Instruction has sent in to the board a letter outlining some of the allegations that the board or OPI believes would be substantiated. Essentially, and the crux of this is an allegation stemming from the 2020-21 school year, where Ms. Collins was educating in a classroom. She holds a Class 1 license and endorsed in mathematics 5 through 12. It's alleged that Ms. Collins grabbed a student by the back of his neck, walked him up to a whiteboard, essentially forced him down onto his knees, and then asked him to read some of the items that were on the whiteboard. This led to the student being exceptionally embarrassed. It was in front of other students in the classroom, and there had been a few prior incidents with Ms. Collins and administration where there had been some inappropriate teaching techniques that were used. Based on that information alone, I think it's enough to raise a sufficient cause or question as to whether this misconduct has occurred. And I'm asking that the board hold a disciplinary hearing at the next meeting in January to determine if any adverse action should be taken against her license or disciplinary action.
Thank you, Jacob, for that presentation. Do we have any other testimony that we're expecting?
Is Ms. Collins, was she notified of today's meeting, and is she present if so?
Madam Chair, she was notified. She is not present.
Madam Chair, do you want to move to discussion? Would you like to make a motion?
Let's start with some questions to see if anyone has follow-up questions, and then we can move to the motion.
So, any questions from members of the board?
I have a question.
Board member Schottel, please.
So my question is just simply, how did this come to the attention of OPI? Was this sent in by the school district requesting this action? Just curious how this is coming before us.
Yes, Board Member Schottel, this is coming before us based on a request from Helena Public School District. It was sent, the information was sent in from the school district's council.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Please.
Mr. Griffith, the third paragraph of the Superintendent Arnson's letter says that they were formally reprimanded 3 times. Does that mean that those are written up and documented, and that there's written information regarding those 3 reprimands?
So, Madam Chair Lacey, yes, there is. And in the information that was sent over by Helena Public Schools, there is information about those reprimands. And if the board moves to a disciplinary meeting, that hearing, that would be presented at that point in time as part of evidence.
One more question, please. And this is just a point of clarification, and I think I understand this correctly, but I want to make sure I understand. you are going to be seeking a hearing for suspension of the license at the next meeting, or that's the request that we have in front of us. She has resigned her position in Helena, but you're seeking suspension, not revocation, or both, or I'm just not quite clear on that.
Board Member Shottle, OPI is seeking a suspension of her license. She did resign in lieu of termination, and her license would be valid through 2024. OPI is seeking a suspension of her license.
Madam Chair, follow-up question. Mr. Griffith, do you know if Ms. Collins is currently employed by any other school district as a teacher, as she currently holds an active license?
Madam Chair, Lacey, I don't believe that she's currently employed at this point in time by another school district.
Thank you.
Further questions from the board? Board Member Hedlund?
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Griffith, can you tell me, not that it necessarily makes a difference, but just I'm interested in knowing what position Ms. Collins held with the school district?
Yes, so Madam Chair, Lacey, Chairperson Quinlan, Board Member Hedlund, if you'll give me just a second. I can look at that, but she was an instructor of mathematics. Like I said, she had an endorsement in mathematics 5 through 12. But if you want more specifics, I can look through, but that's my recollection.
Jacob, first let me commend you on that chain of. Are there any other questions from the board members? If not, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Back to you for a motion, please.
I move to approve moving BPE case 2021-13 related to Catherine Collins to a contested case hearing at the January 13th, 14th, 2022 Board of Public Ed meeting.
For a second, please.
Member Hedlund, I'll second that.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to move to a contested case of BPE 2021-13 regarding Catherine Collins at our January board meeting. Is there any board member comment? Board member comment? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All of those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The motion passes. Mr. Griffith, we'll hopefully see you in January as we'll have a hearing on this case. Thank you for the great information.
Thank you. I'll see you in January and later on this afternoon.
Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Item number 11 on our agenda is an unusual case request related to Martha Watts and Crystal Andrews. I'll turn it over to you to present that information.
Great. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Lacey, Vice Chair Quinlan, and members of the board. My name is Crystal Andrews, spelled Andrews for the record. I am the Director of Educator Licensure at the OPI. We are here today for the unusual case request for Martha Watts. Ms. Watts is seeking certification for a Class II standard teacher's license with an endorsement in elementary K-8. Ms. Watts holds a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in aviation maintenance management, conferred on April 20th, 1985. She also holds a Master's of Science in Management from Georgia State University, conferred on March 24th, 1991. Her probationary Texas teaching license was issued on August 8th, 2008, and her initial standard teaching license was issued on June 6, 2009, which she has renewed twice. Her current Texas teaching license, effective August 1st, 2020, expires on July 31st of 2026. She is endorsed in elementary K-8, mathematics grades 4 through 8, special education supplemental, and English second language supplemental in the state of Texas. Ms. Watts was a full-time elementary teacher from August 2008 to July 2009 at Notre Dame Catholic School in San Antonio, Texas. She taught math at the middle grade level full-time from August 2014 to June 2015 in the Pasadena ISD in Pasadena, Texas. Then she was a full-time elementary teacher from August 2015 to January 2016 in Houston, Texas, giving her 2.5 years of teaching experience at a K-12 accredited school. She is now in her second year of teaching at Poplar Elementary School in Poplar, Montana. Since Ms. Watts is applying for the elementary K-8 endorsement based on completion of the Texas state-approved teacher orientation and preparation program through Region 20, according to ARM 1057-410-4D, she must have 5 years of successful teaching experience. Defined under ARM 1057-102-14, a year of teaching experience means employment as a licensed teacher at any level within a state-accredited P-12 school system or in an educational institution specified in 20-9707 MCA for the equivalent of at least 0.5 FTE for a school year, comparable to a 100-day school year. While Ms. Watts has 4 years teaching experience, the years she has been teaching in Poplar, she was not a licensed Montana teacher. So the Office of Public Instruction is bringing Ms. Watts' application as an unusual case because of her dedication to the field of education and experience as an educator. Although Ms. Watts has 4 years of teaching experience at this point, the 1.5 years she has been teaching in Montana, she was not yet licensed and was working towards becoming eligible for a Montana provisional teaching license. In order for Ms. Watts to be eligible for a Class 5 provisional license, she had to take and pass the praxis exam, which she did accomplish on February 15th, 2021. At this point, Ms. Watts' options are to leave her teaching assignment in Poplar to return to Texas to earn the required 5 years of teaching experience, or to return to school and complete an additional educator preparation program. I believe Ms. Watts is here along with, I think, some folks at her school in Poplar. I also included a letter from her and her principal in your packet, and I hope that you had the time to read those as well. Thank you for your consideration, and I stand for any questions that the board may have.
At this point, I think we'd like to have Ms. Watts and anybody else from Poplar who would like to make a statement. I'm looking at the big screen across the room and I don't see any faces that I don't recognize. So is Ms. Watts here?
Madam Chair, I don't see Ms. Watts, but I do see Dan Schmidt, who I believe is the superintendent of Poplar Schools, and I can let him in if you'd like to hear from him.
Yes, please. Dan Schmidt, are you there? Are you still working on it, McCall, or?
Yeah, now we're good. I hope so.
There we go.
All right, thank you.
All right, so yes, Ms. Watts is here with me, and here's Mr. Norgard, middle school principal.
Great.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Is your owl not tracking?
We're not sure what's going on here. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I think they're trying to get the camera changed, so maybe we can just hold on for just one moment while they do that.
just let her sit in your seat.
Yeah. Let's say meeting owl. Where's the meeting owl?
Right there. There we go. There, it's working.
Thank you. Welcome to the Board of Public Ed meeting, and please share any comments that you have with us regarding Ms. Watts' case and the unusual enrollment, or not enrollment, unusual case request in front of us.
Yes, I would just say that, Ms. Watts, gained her licensure initially in Texas back in 2008. And then after teaching, she chose a career of public law service, being a police officer, and then came back to teaching in 2015, I think. And so, yes, if it hadn't have been for the 5 years, her educational pathway for an alternative program and an accredited state program caused a lot of hangups. And we thought this has been an 18-month journey or a little bit longer for Ms. Watts to actually get licensed. And it's just been a frustration that is, that shouldn't exist. So I will let Ms. Watts speak if you'd like her to add anything else.
Yes.
Hi, this is Ms. Watts. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to point out that although as a certified teacher, I only have certain many years in the classroom in Texas, I was also what's called a DARE deputy, drug abuse resistance educator. So with my Texas teaching certification and a police officer, I was in the classroom teaching the drug abuse resistance education to students for multiple years. Again, like it was in a classroom, K through 12. And I've made Montana my home based on my first correspondence with OPI, that all I needed to do was to take the praxis.
And I guess I could chime in and say that I've been Ms. Watts' direct supervisor as the building principal now since she's been here, and I've done all of her formal evaluations. I've done multiple walkthroughs in the classroom, and I've got nothing but praise to say. I think in the letter that I shared with you guys, I'd be more than willing to share her evaluations if she was okay with it, so that you could see that it truly is. They're all great evaluations. I've never had any concerns when I walk into Miss Watts' class. The kids are always engaged. They're learning stuff. The scores will back up anything that I'm telling you right now. And I think that it'd be silly not to give her a class 2 based on a year's worth of service that is missing, and a gap that she was still kind of technically in a school system.
And Morgan, could you just state your name for the record?
Morgan Norgard, Poplar Middle School principal.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Chair, just a clarification for Crystal. Just to make sure that we know what we're looking at. We're looking at not having 5 years of out-of-state teaching experience. That's what's missing. And of those 5 years, we have 2.5 years in Texas in accredited schools. So we're halfway there, so to speak. But we also then have 1.5 years in Poplar, where she wasn't licensed, although she was teaching in, counting this year half, teaching in an accredited school district. And then when we add in the other pieces, as Ms. Watts discussed, with her other educational experience, that kind of all boils up to meet the 5-year requirement, which is to make sure we have good quality teachers in our classrooms. Do I have that summarized correctly?
Madam Chair Lacy, wonderfully summarized. That is correct. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Just another piece of clarification, and appreciate somebody that has been in law enforcement and comes back and worked as a DARE officer to be in schools. Thank you for your service in that role as well. A question in regard to the years in Poplar. I am understanding correctly, though, that she was non-licensed, not licensed with a provisional license. Is that correct? Making the assumption, Superintendent Smith, that she was hired with the belief that she would be able to be licensed, and then due to a variety of circumstances, that didn't happen. Am I correct in that assumption?
That is correct. I believe she was issued a 5A through the first year of service.
Oh, so she did have a 5A license for at least one of those years.
Yes. I believe that's
Okay.
correct.
And Crystal, could you verify that for us?
Actually, she has not held a license. I believe that we've been working on this for the 18 months of trying to figure out how to get her license, but she has not held a license.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
If there are no further questions from the board, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Back to you for a motion, Madam Chair.
Great. I move to waive the required 5 years of successful teaching experience and grant a Class 2 standard teaching license endorsed in elementary K-8 as an unusual case in BPE case 21-15 for Martha Watts.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, Board Member Miller, I second that.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve or to waive the 5-year teaching experience and grant the unusual case request for licensure for BPE case 2021-15 Watts. Is there any board comment? Any additional board comment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All of those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Ms. Watts. You are now, will be able to move forward with licensure for the state of Montana. Thank you for your service in Poplar, and just wish you the best and have a great school year.
And I'd also
Thank you all.
like-
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There we go.
Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you. So item 12 is an unusual case request, BPE case 21-16 related to Tara Cook. And again, I'll turn it back to Crystal Andrews to.
Thank you, Vice Chair Quinlan. The next unusual case request is for Tara Cook. Ms. Cook is seeking certification for a Class 2 standard teacher's license with an endorsement in elementary K-8. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in psychology from the University of Maryland, University College, conferred on January 31st, 1997. She also holds a Master of Arts in Counseling and Personnel Services, conferred on May 28th, 2000. She completed the Boise's 2-year alternative licensure program at Colorado State Approved Elementary K-6 teaching program on June 1st, 2019. Ms. Cook held a Colorado alternative teacher license with an endorsement in elementary from September 12th, 2017 to June 24th, 2019. Then she held a Colorado initial teacher license with an endorsement in elementary from June 24th, 2019 to March 14th, 2021. She now holds a Colorado professional teacher license with an endorsement in elementary from March 14th, 2021 to March 14th, 2026. Ms. Cook was a full-time elementary teacher from August 2017 to May 2021 in the Harrison School District in Colorado, a P-12 state accredited school system. Since Ms. Cook is applying for the elementary K-8 endorsement based on completion of the Boards of Cooperative Educational Services, Boise's 2-year alternative licensure program, according to ARM 1056, think that should be 57. I apologize. 57, 410, 4D. She must have 5 years of successful teaching experience. She only has 4 of the 5 years of teaching experience. The Office of Public Instruction is bringing Ms. Cook's application as an unusual case because of her dedication to the field and experience and desire to teach in Montana, as she is currently employed at Pine Butte Elementary in Colstrip, Montana. Although Ms. Cook completed her educator preparation program through Boise's, a state-approved alternative program, rather than a traditional educator preparation program, the program aligns to the definition for accredited educator preparation program outlined in ARM 1057-102 2B. The definition reads, an educator preparation program at a regionally accredited college or university approved or accredited by a state board of education or a state agency. The Boise's program that Ms. Cook attended is approved by the Colorado Board of Education and required her to complete education coursework at the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, which is a regionally accredited college through the Higher Learning Commission. Thank you for your consideration, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Crystal. And is Ms. Cook here for presentation?
Madam Chair, Ms. Cook is not on, and she did let us know in her election form that she would not be joining us today.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from members of the board?
Madam Chair, Crystal, just to clarify, to be clear, the only thing that she is missing is 1 year of teaching experience. Is that correct?
Madam Chair Lacy, that is correct.
Thank you.
Board Member Keith.
This is an aside question, and I haven't been part of the discussions about accreditation revisions, but is this being considered in the updated version of 5 years versus
3 years? 3 years is being considered.
So I'm not sure if that was all clear to all the members of the board, but the task force on chapter 57 is proposing that the 5-year be reduced to 3 years in its current draft version. Any other questions from board members? Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Back to you for a motion, please.
I move to approve the request to grant I move to approve the request to grant a Class 2 standard license endorsed in elementary KA as an unusual case in Board Case 2021-16 to Tara Cook.
For a second, please.
Madam Chair, Board Member Hammer.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that the board grant the unusual case request of BPE case 2021-16 Cook for Class 2 standard teacher's license and endorsement in elementary K through 8. Is there any board discussion? Board comment? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, and back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Our next item 13 is an unusual case request for BPE case 2021-17 for Rochelle Mercado. And again, Crystal Andrus will turn it over to you to make the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Quinlan. The next unusual case request is for Rochelle Mercado. Ms. Mercado is seeking certification for a Class 5A provisional teacher's license with an endorsement in elementary K-8. Once Ms. Mercado takes the praxis exam, she can then apply for a Class 2 standard teacher's license. Ms. Mercado holds a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education from I can't say it, Bangtangas University, conferred on April 11, 2003. She also holds a certificate for special education from Philippine Normal University, conferred on August 31st, 2014. Ms. Mercado was a licensed full-time teacher from December 3rd, 2008 to July 14th, 2019 in the Philippines, giving her over 10 years of teaching experience. Since Ms. Mercado does not hold a current out-of-state teaching license, she was required to complete 6 semester credits as defined by ARM 1057 410-2. The Office of Public Instruction is bringing Ms. Mercado's application as an unusual case because of her extensive experience as an educator. Although Ms. Mercado completed the requirement to earn 6 semester credits, they were not completed at a regionally accredited college or university. The credits were completed at the University of the People, which is accredited by the Distance Education Accrediting Commission. The Distance Education Accrediting Commission is listed by the U.S. Department of Education as a recognized accrediting agency. The DEAC is recognized by the Council for Higher Education Accreditation. In addition, the University of the People is eligible to proceed with an application for accreditation through Western Association of Schools and College, which if you see ARM 1057-102-11F is one of our accrediting bodies. The courses that Ms. Mercado took include education in context, history, philosophy, and sociology, and the second course was creating positive classroom environments, which both are relevant to Ms. Mercado's professional development and growth. So, Madam Chair Lacey, so that you don't have to hopefully summarize, I will try. We are seeking a Class 5A license endorsed in elementary K-8 for Ms. Mercado due to the fact she still does need to take the praxis exam. From then, she would be able to apply for the standard license. The reason for it, the unusual case, is that the requirement is to take the 6 semester credits since she does not have a current out-of-state license, and she took those courses, however, not in an accredited university according to Montana rule. And that is why she is here today, and I see her on. Thank you.
Great. Welcome, Ms. Mercado. Would you like to introduce yourself and give us a little information in your background?
Hi, I'm Rochelle Mercado, and I'm so nervous. I've been teaching in St. Laurent Indian School for 4 years now. This is my 4th school year, and I was able to teach in Colorado as well with my alternative license for a year. Coming over here as a teacher exchange, I'm on J1 visa, and my validity is 5 years to teach in the United States. So this is possibly my last school year. I'm seeking for more years for extension to teach, hopefully, but if not, I'll just keep going, and I will. Actually, I have my my current transcript of record from the Philippines that I just got. I was trying to request for it, but due to COVID, they can't do anything about it because they're not online. And then everything turned online, and they were able to process it. But then I still need to do course by course evaluation to do that. I completed 36 master's units in the Philippines, which I need to do course by course before I can submit it to OPI. Fortunately, my thinking is that when I enrolled to a university online, it will be approved, but unfortunately, looks like the school that I enrolled at is not. But I'm really hoping to at least have the Class 5A license to continue my teaching. Thank you.
Great. Could you just clarify, since it was a little bit hard to hear you, what you just received from, was it the University of the Philippines? What is the document that you just received?
I just received the latest transcript of record, which states that I completed the course for master's degree for 36 units just recently, which I was required to submit before I applied for class 5 license. I just had my course stated in that transcript for the year 2020, and I think the requirement is that I needed to have 6 units for like for 5 years. I mean, from now.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess I'm just, Crystal, thank you. You did a nice job of explaining it, but I guess I just want to reiterate that at issue here are the 6 credits that would normally would be required by board rules to come from a regionally accredited college. They instead came from the Distance Education Accrediting Commission, which the U.S. Department of Education recognizes as an accrediting agency. So I guess the question for the board is whether we're willing to waive the question of regional accredited college and recognize the credits that she's earned through the University of the Philippines. So anyway, are there any questions from members of the board?
Madam Chair, I have one question.
Chair Lacy.
For Crystal, please. Ms. Mercado is currently teaching at St. Libre Catholic Elementary School. Is it an accredited school? A Montana accredited school?
Madam Chair Lacy, it is not yet. I believe the high school at St. Libre is accredited, but the elementary is not. I think they are working on it though. I mean, I think that is the plan, but not as of right now.
So
They have, I'm sorry, Madam Chair Lacy, they have applied.
They have applied. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, Board Member Heller, so just for clarification, it's the recognizing the accredited college, but she went to this DAC, but that's recognized by the U.S. Department of Ed. So that's accredited. I guess I'm just a little confused on is it a college? It is a college.
I guess, Board Member Heller, maybe we could ask Crystal, if you can, to describe the distinction between the language in the board rule about regionally accredited college or university compared to the accreditation provided by the Distance Learning and Accrediting Commission.
Chair Quinlan, yes. So what I have written and what I know to be true is the University of the People is accredited through the Distance Education Accrediting Commission, which is listed by the U.S. Department of Education as a recognized accrediting agency. So it is recognized by the U.S. Department of Education. The DAC, which is the Distant Education Accrediting Commission, is recognized by the Council for Higher Education Accreditation. They are also eligible to proceed with an application for accreditation for the Western Association of Schools and College, which is one of our accrediting bodies. So they're eligible to do so, but have not, I don't know the current status, but I'm not aware that they have done so yet. But they are eligible to do that. And would be one that we would see as an accrediting body. So then we wouldn't even be here today. I hope that clarifies.
Board Member Heller, do you have any follow-up questions?
that really helped. I wasn't putting together the university of the people with the DEAC, but now I see how that's connected. So thank you very much for that clarification, and thank you, Crystal.
Any other questions from board members or comments? Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Back to you for a motion, please.
I move to waive the 6 credits required from a regionally accredited college or university and grant a Class 5A provisional license endorsed in elementary K-8 in BP case 2021-17 for Rochelle Ricardo as an unusual case.
For a second, please.
Member Headland, I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the unusual case request of BPE case 2021-17 Mercado, granting a Class 5A provisional teacher's license with endorsement in elementary K through 8 to Ms. Rochelle Mercado. Is there any other board comment? Any other board comment?
Madam Chair, Board Member Miller, I just wanted to tell Rochelle, don't be nervous. We're all educators here. You're doing great.
Thank you. Good point.
Thank you.
Ready for the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously, and I wish you well in passing the praxis and moving through the rest of the process. And thank you for your work there in St. Lebray. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, back to you for item 14.
Item 14 is unusual case request, BPE case 2021-18 from Mr. Robin Schwartz. And Crystal, I'm sorry, I didn't have the microphone on. Unusual case request 2021-18 from Mr. Robin Schwartz. And Crystal will turn it back to you for presentation.
Great. Thank you, Chair Quinlan. Our final unusual case request is for Robin Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz is seeking certification for a Class 5A provisional teacher's license with endorsements in English, Language and Literature 512 and Spanish 512. Once Mr. Schwartz takes the praxis exams for both endorsement areas, he will be then able to apply for a Class 1 professional teacher's license. Mr. Schwartz completed an NCATE accredited English secondary preparation program at the University of North Dakota, which included a supervised teaching experience. He holds a Bachelor of Art in English from the University of North Dakota, conferred on May 14th, 1989. He also holds a Master of Education in Educational Leadership from Concordia University, conferred on March 29th, 2015. Verified teaching experience validates that Mr. Schwartz taught full-time from August 1989 to June 2021 in 2 schools in North Dakota. Although Mr. Schwartz has a teaching license from another state, it is not considered a valid current teaching license in the state of Montana as defined by ARM 1057-410-2. The license that Mr. Schwartz holds is a 30-year lifetime license that does not have an expiration date. Although Mr. Schwartz holds a lifetime license from the state of North Dakota, it has only been valid since 2019. As you can see from the letter the superintendent submitted, Mr. Schwartz has renewed his North Dakota license 5 times, the last time being when the lifetime license was issued. If Mr. Schwartz's license had an expiration date on it, like the 4 other times he renewed, we would not be here today. And it is for that reason the Office of Public Instruction is bringing Mr. Schwartz's application as an unusual case. Thank you for your consideration. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Crystal. Is Mr. Schwartz here? And
Madam Chair, he's on your screen now.
okay,
I am here.
great. Welcome, Mr. Schwartz. Would you like to introduce yourself and make any comments to share with the board?
Yeah, this is my first year in Montana, and as Ms. Andrews said, I've been teaching for 32 years. This is my 33rd year. This is my 33rd year in English, and I think 29th or 30th in Spanish, I guess. My Spanish accreditations are through I'm not sure how they came up with them, but I went to Spain for a summer and I was assigned Spanish teaching duties. I also had close to a minor in it, but I've been teaching the course. I've been teaching English. In truth, I applied for my certificate in 2019 in March, 2 months before the expiration of the school year. And I had no choice but to purchase that. They renewed it and sent me the new one after the 2 months expired on that because I reached 30. And yes, that's why we are here, because they were kind to give me that licensure after 30 years of service. I don't know what else to add, except, it's like, I'm a little confused, but.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Schwartz, on your lifetime license from North Dakota. And it's kind of a sort of quirk in our law or our rules that we don't recognize lifetime licenses. And I guess my first question for Crystal is the task force addressing this issue in its proposals?
Chair Quinlan, yes. I believe it has been a recommendation to remove the lifetime as part of the requirement. Not because of this, but this is a perfect example as to why.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members?
Chair, I don't have a question, but I do have some clarification just to make sure that all board members know what 1057-410-2 says. That's where it lays out to be initial for a initial Montana class 1, 2, 3 or license, whose degrees are more than 5 years old and do not have current out-of-state licensure. They must have the 6 semester credits that we just talked about. It goes through that. The last sentence says, for the purpose of this provision, current licensure does not include provisional, restricted, or lifetime licenses. So that would be out-of-state licenses that are provisional, because we don't know in other states what that means, what provisional means. So it's not an automatic in Montana. Restricted, in some states, if you're in trouble as an educator, you can have a restricted license. And so we don't want that to be an automatic in Montana as well. And then the third is or lifetime licenses, because it wasn't that long ago that some states would give a courtesy lifetime license, or even, like you get an honorary doctorate from like the university, you would get an honorary lifetime license to honor your service. As I understand the history about it. I don't know if states do that anymore, but that's why it's included here to make sure that our out-of-state applicants are truly licensable and have the kind of experiences we're hearing from Mr. Schwartz today.
Thank you for that explanation. Madam Chair, if there are no other questions from board members, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Back to you for a motion, please.
Great. I move to approve the request to grant a Class 5A provisional license endorsed in English Language and Literature 512 and Spanish 512 in BPE case 2021-18 for Robin Schwartz.
For a second, please.
I'll second it.
Thank you. That was board member Keith for the second of the motion to grant the unusual case request for board BPE case 2021-18 to Mr. Robin Schwartz for a Class 5A provisional license with endorsements in English, Language, and Literature 5 through 12 and Spanish 5 through 12. Are there any board member comments? Any additional board member comments?
Just a quick one, and that's thank you, Chair Lacey, for explaining that that last line, because it sounds like we had put something in place that was very ridiculous, but when we think about why that was put in place to start with, it was indeed to protect our licensure, that there might be people that did receive that honorary degree that were not really prepared or able to teach. And so I thank you for sharing that, because that does help to explain why that was on there. And I'm glad that it's being addressed through the task force, but thank you.
Thank you, Member Shottle. Any other comments? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
No, please. The motion carries unanimously. Mr. Schwartz, congratulations for your 5A provisional license. We wish you well, and thank you for your service to the children in Fairview, Montana. Take care.
Thank you, ladies. Have a good day.
Thank you. I gotta rush.
She wants to teach students. All right, back to you, Madam Chair, for item 15, please.
So that concludes our unusual case requests for today's meeting, and we'll move on to item 15. And Dr. Mergel will present the recommendation to approve a good cause extension for Montana State University Professional Educator Preparation Program. So welcome, Dr. Mergel.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Lacey, Chair Quinlan, and members of the Board of Public Ed. My name is Julie Mergel, spelled M-U-R-G-E-L for the record. I am the Senior Manager of the Department of School Innovation and Improvement at the Office of Public Instruction. In my role, I oversee Educator Preparation Program accreditation. I'm here today to present a proposal to grant Montana State University College of Education, Health, and Human Development a one-year good cause extension for their joint accreditation process. This is an action item, and the information for this extension request is in the board packet on page 140 to 145. When you look in the packet on page 143, there is a good cause extension form that outlines the request to grant Montana State University College of Education, Health, and Human Development a one-year good cause extension for their joint accreditation review from the fall of 2022 to the fall of 2023. Because this is a joint accreditation visit for both the state of Montana and CAPE, the Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation, the Montana State University Department of Education must submit the form to CAPE, including two items. One, the rationale explaining the basis for the request, and two, state support, written approval or acknowledgement of the request from the state contact. Based upon the Board of Public Education decision today, as the state contact, written approval would be provided from the OPI to the MSU Department of Education for them to include in the request to CAPE. In your packet on page 144, you will find a letter from Dr. Rebecca Turk, the Continuous Improvement Coordinator, Montana State University Department of Education, outlining the rationale for the extension, which includes the 2020 current COVID pandemic impacts, a year-long hiring moratorium at Montana State University, which stopped the June 2020 search for a continuous improvement coordinator, the position transition of the Director of Accreditation and Operations to department head, and additional pandemic impacts with delays in implementing accreditation software. Dr. Allison Harmon, professor at the Dean of Professor and Dean of Education, and Dr. Ann Eubank, professor and department head from MSU, are available to answer any questions that the Board of Public Ed members may have. I do believe that Dr. Harmon is joining us virtually, and that Dr. Eubank may be either in present with you there, or she may be joining virtually as well.
Welcome to both of you, and Dr. Harmon, would you like to go ahead and make your presentation?
Madam Chair, I don't see Dr. Harmon, but I do see Dr. Eubank.
Okay, great. Dr. Eubank, would you like to share some thoughts with us?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you so much. My name is Ann Eubank, last name E-W-B-A-N-K, and I'm currently the department head and a professor in the College of Education, Health, and Human Development in the Department of Education. Dean Allison Harmon sends her regrets. We're kind of splitting duties because she's presenting at the Board of Regents right now. So I'm pleased to share additional information about this particular action item. Honestly, the pandemic really affected our ability to continue with our systematic data collection and analysis that we do all the time, we do all year round, but due to the lack of being able to hire additional FTE coupled with my former position not being filled, again, due to a hiring moratorium. And then as Dr. Mergel explained, we had entered into a contract in May of 2020 with an accreditation software provider, which will it's just going to be a game changer for our department. It will allow our faculty, staff, and stakeholders to have data in their hands and have the ability to visualize this data. Unfortunately, that sector of education, that particular sector really also had some pandemic impacts in the form of turnover with client success managers, et cetera. And so we weren't able to get this off the ground in a timely manner. We are on track to implement this software in January of 2022. And Dr. Rebecca Turk came on board in June 1st, 2021. We were able to receive approval from the commissioner at OCHI to hire Dr. Turk, and we are in really, really good shape for a positive and successful accreditation, both BPE as well as the CAPE accreditation. And, you know, honestly, I'll just share this. We have all the data. The data are organized. We believe that accreditation should be an authentic process. And there are a select few people who work in our department during 12 months a year during the summer. And we could have submitted our report in a time by the deadline, but it's very important in our department to have this process be authentic. And so this good cause extension is going to provide us an opportunity for our faculty to get their hands on that data and to do the analysis and to recommend changes for continuous improvement, to see where the gaps are in our programs so that we can continue to have teachers graduate from our department who can really serve the state of Montana in all of our schools. And that's the point of accreditation, is to make sure that, you know, the standard is met and the students that are graduating are well prepared to be excellent teachers in the state of Montana. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. One other thing that I'll share is that if it's the board's pleasure to grant the good cause extension, the window for the subsequent accreditation is shortened. So instead of 7 years, we'll have 6 years, and we'll just be right back on track. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
I can't get my mask off because it's got on my ear. Thank you, Dr. Eubank, and I really think you did a very good job of summarizing the challenges you faced during the pandemic, and also the importance of having everybody be able to participate in the authentic process that you hope for. So are there any questions from any members of the board? Board member Keith.
Dr. Eubanks, first, thank you for voicing that you're not trying to just meet a deadline, you're trying to do a reflective process, which is so important in the field of education. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you I'm flying my MSU earrings in Missoula for the weekend.
Thank you for that really important information to share. Are there any comments from members of the board? With that, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Back to you for a motion, Madam Chair.
I move to approve the request for a good cause extension for Montana State University Bozeman Professional Educator Preparation Program from fall 2022 to fall 2023.
I'm gonna second it, and since I have my earrings on.
I have to get out my Grizz earrings to wear tomorrow, I can tell. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the good cause extension for Montana State University Bozeman's Professional Educator Preparation Program from fall 2022 to fall 2023. Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment? Are we seeing any hands raised in the waiting room? Any public comment? Seeing none, is there any board member comment? Any board member comment? I concur with board member Keith's, not her earrings, but her comment about the authentic, reflective process, and really appreciate that kind of approach. And I know that that is what you teach to your students. So thank you for living by what you teach. So I really appreciate that. With that, I will call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no. The motion passes unanimously. We know that you will use this time wisely and that you will have good outcomes because of it. Thank you and take good care.
Thank you, Chair Lacey. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Mergel and all of the staff at OPI for assisting us with this important good cause extension. Your efforts are so much appreciated, and we're all on Team Kids. You've heard me say this a bunch of times, and that's the goal, is to make sure that every kid has an excellent prepared teacher in the state of Montana. And I will leave with a go Cats, but we're only rivals on game day. We're any other time we are the best colleagues. So go Cats, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, item 16 is an informational item, and we'll have a presentation from Zach Hawkins and Dr. Mergel. And just so you know, the board has just, Chris Stockton has just passed out a proposed timeline for Chapter 58 rules. So I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Mergel.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lacey, Chair Quinlan, and members of the Board of Public Ed. Joining me in this presentation is Zach Hawkins. Zach is the Director of EFA and has been a co-facilitator for the Title 10 Chapter 58 Educator Preparation Task Force. We are here today to update the Board of Public Ed on the review and revision process for Professional Educator Preparation Program standards in ARMD Title 10 Chapter 58, and to propose an updated timeline. So first, Zach Hawkins will share an update on the Chapter 58 Task Force recommendations. The Chapter 58 Task Force has been meeting for the past 4 months and held 16 sessions to discuss revisions and recommendations to ARM. A feedback group met 4 times over the course of the 4 months to provide feedback to the task force. The last task force meeting was held on October 28th, at which time a crosswalk was completed for Chapter 57 Educator Licensure and Chapter 58, and the Chapter 58 Task Force members made some final recommendations of ARM for the superintendent. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Hawkins.
Welcome, Zach.
I think I would know that by now. Thank you, Dr. Mergel, Madam Chair Lacey, Chair Quinlan, members of the Board of Public Ed. My name is Zach Hawkins. Last name is Hawkins for the record. As Dr. Mergel mentioned, I'm the Director of Indian Ed for All here at the OPI, and I have been co-facilitator for these recommendations and revisions. So as this process started, we talked about, there were some themes that were discussed among the task force members. And the idea was within those themes to think about, okay, what is the vision for education and educators and EPPs going forward? And then what does that look like in terms of actual language changes in chapter 58? And so those themes were really around the differentiation of learning experience and the balance of pedagogy and content. Also, technological proficiency. There was a lot of conversation about increasing classroom experience. There was sort of a general, I think, sense that our candidates could use more time and more diversity of experience in their preparation program prior to being certified and stepping into an actual classroom. Trying to identify what the necessary pieces and steps of continuous improvement were, and then the importance of college and career readiness standards and developing relationships with students, parents, and the community at large, particularly in Montana, where a lot of our schools are rural and our educators really are seen as integral parts of the community. And so the importance of having those really positive, meaningful relationships that would leverage their ability to be effective educators. As far as the actual recommendations, the key ones, there were in subchapter 3, 311 through 315. Also in subchapter 6, 606. These were all aimed at addressing the fiscal and operational capacity of EPPs and the ability to meet national accreditation standards. And these were all really designed to better align Montana ARM with CAPE and PCEL. Additionally, there were some changes recommendations made to section 501 to really stress and emphasize tribal languages. Also English language learners and social emotional learning. There were some broad recommendations to consider endorsements in tribal language, American Sign Language, and English as a second language. And then some changes to sections 603 through 609, and a new standard in 610 that would also shift the school counseling accreditation language to 611. And section 316 as applied to advanced programs. And again, all of these changes really were made to try and better align Montana ARM with CAPE and PCEL. And then similar changes to 705 and 706 in subchapter 7 were made to try to better align ARM with CAPE and PCEL. Some of the things that that were not recommended. There was some conversation about a year-long internship program. Ultimately, the task force felt that we didn't have the scope of knowledge and really true understanding of the ramifications and impacts to move that forward. Also, there were conversations about aligning the specific endorsement areas in subchapter 5 to more of the national or professional standards. And also same with school counseling and school psychologists, which I believe are in 6 and 7 respectively, if I have that correct. But ultimately, the task force decided that this would take time and expertise beyond what we had at our disposal within the task force and within the timeline that we had laid forth. So I believe Chris Stockton has shared the proposed timeline with you. So sort of what that looks like, obviously, we're asking you to approve that revised timeline this meeting, and then we will publish for public hearing on March 10th, notice to the Secretary of State's office on the 15th, publication out on the 25th of March 2022, And I probably don't need to read all of those, but ultimately, the effective date of the rules would be in August of 2022. At this time, I would stand for any questions that the board might have.
Zach, I think it might be helpful for the board members to understand where our action items are from the board over this next 10-month time period.
So I think obviously the request to approve the timeline, to be totally honest, it looks like you have to provide authorization to publish for public hearing. I'm not sure if that means, I'm assuming once that authorization has been made, then it goes to Secretary of State's office. And then I think the adoption notice. So I believe maybe Julie can help me out a little bit here. I have to be totally honest, I'm not totally sure what particular steps the Board of Public Ed needs to vote on or what action items need to be taken. But I know that we need the timeline approved, and ultimately that the final vote would happen. 1 second.
Zach, this is Julie. Chair Quinlan. Yes, there are a couple of different times throughout this process when the Board of Public Ed would be taking action. And so the first one, as Zach has indicated, is today to propose to you this new timeline. The recommendations from the task force are now being reviewed by the legal counsel at the OPI with Jacob Griffin. And the superintendent is now taking those recommendations under consideration to have them to you for that meeting in March. Sorry, I got it. Can you arrow up there for me on that timeline there, Chris?
I believe it would be March 10th.
Sorry, March 10th, yes. So that then that would be a time when the board would also have to take action again for them to authorize for those recommendations to be published, to go out into MAR, and then to have a hearing date in April for folks to be taking in public comment and hearing about that at the Board of Public Ed. So then again, the Board of Public Ed would be taking action down below in, let me see, Chris, can you scroll down again, the adoption notice? So then there would be some final rule changes. The board would have to be taking action again there prior to it actually becoming finalized in order to go out into MAR for final publication before the rules take effect. So there are a couple of times along this timeline. I think most critically is knowing that the recommendations from the task force are currently sitting with the superintendent and under further consideration to come forward to you all in the spring.
Great, thank you. I guess before we go any further, I'd ask whether Chris Stockton or McCall have any comment about that for any clarification.
I think that Julie's right, Madam Chair. You all will see this for the first time at your March meeting. CISBAC will actually review these at their regularly scheduled meeting in February. So they'll have their recommendations to you on that as well. So March will be when you'll have your initial review of these Chapter 58 recommendations by the superintendent. And then like Dr. Mergel said, it'll then go to the board again in March, in May. And then in May, you all will have the opportunity to then put it forward to a notice of public hearing. The Board of Public Ed will then hold that notice of public hearing. Folks can provide comment at that time. And then finally, you all will take a vote on the final recommendations at your summer meeting.
Okay, McCall, I'm not sure if you misspoke there on the month. So we're going to we'll receive the presentation from the superintendent in March. And at that meeting, we'll take action to move forward with a notice of proposed rulemaking. And then the hearing on this list is actually in April. I thought you said May, so I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, my apologies. Maybe I need to take another look, but Chris did work on this with OPI, so I assume it is correct.
Okay, are there any questions from any members of the board on the proposed timeline that we have before us, because this is an action item today?
Okay, just Madam Chair, just so I'm clear. So in February, CISPAC will review the superintendent's recommendations on modifications to Chapter 58. Then they will vote yes or no. Then we will see that initial review on our March meeting, which is, it says March 10th on this, and I think we have 10th and 11th set aside for our meeting. Then there's hearings there will be a hearing on April 25th. Final public input for any written is on June 13th. And then we will take that into account in our July board meeting to make the final vote to approve the Chapter 58 changes with the effective date would be August 5th. Does that sound right?
That's how I understand it.
Okay.
Don't see the rest of them. I see Julie nodding, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion on the adoption of the proposed timeline.
Back to you, Madam Chair, for a motion.
Great. So I move to approve the proposed timeline for Chapter 58 rules as presented to the board today.
Is there a second?
Board Member Hammond, I'll second that motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the timeline as presented to us regarding our Title 10, Chapter 58 for educator preparation standards. Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment? Anyone raising their hand? Public comment? Seeing no public comment, is there any board member comment? Board member Key.
Sam, this is not about the timeline per se, but I would like you to talk a little bit more about, I heard you say there's a few things that the task force doesn't have the manpower or the time to address. And that concerns me. That is it just not going to be addressed, or will it be addressed at a later date?
I believe that what we've discussed is that we will put together a work group to look at those specific endorsement areas prior to the CISPAC review and the March 10th meeting.
Okay, so sorry. When I took notes, you said there were things that were beyond your time frame or expertise of the task force, such as the year-long internship suggestion, or so those.
Yeah, to clarify, that the task force voted, I believe unanimously, not to move forward with the year-long internship. There was considerable debate and a little bit of back and forth about the endorsement areas and how much expertise was needed, and who needed to be weighing in on that. For example, could a lay person look at two sets of standards and decide what would need to be aligned, or would it require some very detailed sort of analysis by people who are experts in those areas? And going the latter route was going to take us well beyond the end of October, beginning of November, which was our original timeline. And ultimately, the task force decided to move forward without tackling those. But again, this is OPI's process to bring recommendations forth to the superintendent. And I believe we will be convening a work group to look at those and trying to get those people that we feel do have that expertise, including members of the task force.
Thank you. Chair, I have a question. Question for you, Mr. Hawkins, again. This is Tammy Lacey. So that you said that there may be some work on the endorsements between now and the February CISPAC meeting. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
And wasn't that listening to public comment that, well, we had both in-person public comment as well as written public comment. There were some concerns, as I recall, and I don't have my notes here in front of me, that we didn't have the right people at the table to really know what kind of changes needed to be made in those endorsements. Am I remembering that correctly? The comment, public comment?
Thank you, Chair Lacey. Yes, that sounds accurate.
And so between now and the February CISPAC meeting, are we getting the right people to the table to discuss are different people, more people coming to join to look at the very specific endorsement requirements?
Yes, that was what we've discussed, and we would reach out to members of the task force to help us identify those individuals.
Thank you. I just think that's really important. I think we heard very impassioned pleas from the public, making public comment that would happen, that we would have the right people making those recommendations. So thank you for listening, and thank you for your nimbleness in make that happen. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Chair Lacey.
Madam Chair, I just have a question for you about that. Was that the testimony from Laura Strauss from Dylan and Seifert?
Yes, I believe that is, thank you. Yes, I believe that is. And I also believe that Ms. Eubank also presented testimony. I think there were several that presented that testimony.
So Madam Chair, we have a motion on the table.
Oh, thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the timeline to chapter 58. I'm ready to call for the vote if there's no more comments. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The motion passes unanimously. We look forward to seeing you in March and to have that initial review of the incredible amount of work that has taken place to get to this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board.
For our next agenda item, I believe we're also adopting the timeline for chapter 57. Do you have a handout, Chris? And actually, while she's handing those out, Zach Subero or Julie, do you know when the superintendent's recommendations for chapter 58 are likely to be posted on the website?
Quinlan, this is Dr. Mergel. We are working on those recommendations. So chapter 58, in order for them to get to CISPAC for the February meeting, we are intending to have those coming to a close in January, into January, beginning of February.
Thank you. So board members have now received the proposed timeline for the chapter 57 rule. So Dr. Mergel, if you want to go ahead, please do.
Sharing the screen for those of you that are remote and haven't had a chance to see them. So Chris is doing that now.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lacey, Chair Quinlan, and members of the Board of Public Ed. Again, for the record, my name is Julie Mergel, and I am a Senior Manager of the Department of School Innovation and Improvement at the OPI. And in my role, in addition to overseeing educator accreditation, I get the pleasure of overseeing educator licensure unit. Joining me with this presentation today is Crystal Andrews. Crystal is our Director of Educator Licensure and has been a facilitator for the Title X, Chapter 57 Task Force. We are here today to update the Board of Public Education on the review and revision process for educator licensure in Chapter 57 and to propose an updated timeline. We have been under a full year review now. So as you guys know, from November of 2020 to May of 2021, prior to the task force starting, the OPI engaged in research and review regarding educator licensure with Ed Northwest. Ed Northwest is the Region 17 Comprehensive Center that serves Idaho and Montana to help state education agencies implement, scale, and sustain policies, programs, and practices. So during this phase, from November 20 to May of 2021, during that research phase, the Montana Office of Public Instruction engaged with the Region 17 Comprehensive Center that we refer to as Ed Northwest to conduct a high-level survey of educator license reciprocity policy and practices in Montana and other states. That survey was conducted to support Montana's review of education regulations related to educator licensure in Chapter 57 of the Administrative Rules of Montana. After reviewing information from the OPI staff, national trends, and a limited research base, the authors concluded that some Montana licensure requirements may deter out-of-state educators from obtaining credentials to work in Montana schools. They had suggested that enhanced licensure reciprocity may increase Montana's access to qualified educators from other states by reducing barriers, defining measures of effectiveness, and applying standards more equitably. In addition, adjusting licensure requirements for both in-state and out-of-state educators could help address shortages and increase access to qualified candidates. In examples detailed in that report, educator attempts to obtain licenses in Montana were hindered due to sometimes conflicting requirements. Specific revisions were suggested that may increase licensure reciprocity and flexibility. And so those were included in this report and then used as part of the work leading up to the task force to really set the stage. And those included things like reducing recency requirements and offering ways to get additional coursework or credit requirements, which we heard a little bit today about the 6 credits recency from one of the unusual cases. Also to look at the reduced required years of experience and maybe refine required evidence of effectiveness. A third thing that kind of came out of that research was to take a look expanding licensure eligibility for candidates with advanced credentials and to treat traditional and alt educator preparation programs more equally for licensure purposes. And to also take a look at revising or allowing more flexibility within licensure endorsement areas. And so those were some of the things that had come out of that report. I share this with you because there was a lot of work done from November to May leading up to that task force. And so it's been a year. And so there was also, I do want to share with you a second report completed by Ed Northwest called the Montana OPI Administrative Rules of Montana Chapter 57 and 58 Focus Group Summary Report. And so that particular report gave us information not only for this particular chapter on educator licensure, but also for the one in 58 for education preparation program accreditation. In that particular report, that report provides results from 10 virtual stakeholder focus groups that were sponsored and convened by the OPI and facilitated between April 19th and April 27th of 2021 with Ed Northwest. The focus groups were intended to inform our efforts to refine and enhance both educator preparation and licensure policies to provide Montana K-12 districts and students with adequate and sustainable supply of quality, effective teachers. There were a total of 86 participants identified and recruited that participated in those focus groups. There were several kind of cross-cutting themes that had emerged from those participants in that focus groups. It included things like ensuring that there were high quality educators that embodied both the content knowledge and the pedagogical skills necessary, as well as the ability to have positive relationships with students. And so there was pieces in there that are more relevant to 58 about being sure aspiring teachers had the ability to gain that hands-on teaching experience. There were pieces in there about newer teachers benefiting from mentorship and support. There are pieces around, in particular for this chapter, participants who really expressed wanting increased flexibility in educator in licensure to really to allow some of those flexibilities, but it was also stressed, although not at the expense of educator quality. And so that's one of the things as we went into this component around leading up into chapter 57, was really thinking about how do we ensure within licensure that we are really able to get quality teachers to really look at our requirements and maybe allow some flexibility while also at the same time keeping the quality in place. And so that was kind of like a driving force vision as we headed into the task force work. And so I'm going to turn it over now to Crystal Andrews to kind of provide for you what's taken place now from June leading up to where we are today in November. For her just to kind of share with you what that transition was from that research and review phase leading up to today where we're at. And I would also just share with you that, you know, certainly these reports are available to you as well from that research. They were available to the task force and shared in their resource packets as well. And I know that that is in our packet for the task force. And we're certainly happy to share those full reports with you if you're interested in seeing a little bit more as it kind of outlined, if you will, the foundation of the work leading into the task force. So now I'd like to turn it over to Crystal. Crystal?
Thank you, Dr. Merkel. Hi again, my name is Crystal Andrews, for the record, Andrews, and I am the Director of Educator Licensure and have been a co-facilitator for the Title 10, Chapter 57 Educator Licensure Task Force. So starting on June 10th, this Chapter 57 Task Force began. The task force has been meeting for the past 4 months and held 18 sessions to discuss revisions and recommendations to ARM. A feedback group met 4 times over the course of the 4 months to provide feedback to the task force. All 22 meeting minutes, summaries, agendas, and recordings have been kept up to date on that main page of the OPI web page. For reference, in the very top right-hand corner of the main page is a tab for both Chapter 57 and 58. The OPI staff has also kept a tracker outlining the recommended changes to the rule, including notes and vote outcomes. On November 3rd, the task force recommendations were shared with CISPAC. The feedback and questions from CISPAC were taken back to the task force on Tuesday, November 16th for their consideration. We have a final meeting scheduled for November 30th to complete the task force recommendations, which will be provided to the OPI legal staff for review and then sent to Superintendent Arntzen for her final recommendations, which will be provided to the Board of Public Ed in January. On January 4th or 5th, the superintendent recommendations will be shared with the CISPAC members again, and then provided to, not again, but they will get the superintendents, not the task force, in that January meeting, and then provide to the Board of Public Ed for the board January meetings. The proposed task force recommendations to the superintendent range from adjusting the 6th semester requirement for recency to include the option of 60 professional development units, reciprocity for military spouses, inclusion of multiple pathways to show competency beyond the praxis, to allowing school counselors whom may not have classroom experience to use 3 years experience as a school counselor to meet experience requirements for an administrative license. There's also recommended changes for inclusion of an associate degree and apprenticeship certificate for a CTE license and removing barriers to Class 8 dual enrollment educator license. Dr. Mergel, I think it's over to you for the timeline.
Thank you, Crystal, for providing an additional piece of how we've gotten here today. So we are now, would like to share with you the proposed revised timeline for Chapter 57. And as been indicated, Ms. Stockton has provided you with a copy of that and posted it here for us on the screen. So when you take a look at this timeline, we are bringing this forward, requesting and recommending that the Board of Public Ed approve our revised timeline, and that then we would be bringing forward proposed recommendations from the Superintendent of Public Instruction for you on January 13th, and for those then to go to the Secretary of State for notice and MAR on January 18th, with a hearing date in February of 2022, with public comment following the hearing, and then coming back to the board in May with adoption notice with final rule changes going forward on May 17th, and with the goal of these rules being effective on May 27th of 2022. So that is the proposed timeline for where we are at today to get to the final piece. Both Ms. Andrews and I stand for any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions from board members?
Madam Chair?
Board Member Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I understanding this correctly, that if we're to have a hearing date after February 17th to meet the legal requirement for public input by April 8th, and the adoption notice in May, that we would need a special board meeting sometime in February? Because March is already the Board of Education, and it's too late to meet that deadline? Or
No.
clarification, please.
I can, go ahead, okay. So the hearing, there would be a hearing sometime between February 17th and April 8th, which is the final public input deadline. That information from the hearing and from the public input would come before the board in May. And that our May meeting is when it says there adoption notice, including summary. The adoption notice is made after we approve the chapter 57 changes at our May meeting.
Right. I understand all of that, Madam Chair. My concern, I thought we were responsible for holding the public hearing as a board.
We are, but we have, as our proctors for that, McCall and Chris do that for us. And then we receive the information from we receive the information from the hearing. Thank you, good question. You haven't been through this process before, so very good question. I just had one quick question, Chair. So I believe at our January meeting, CISPAC will review the superintendent's recommendation at their a special January meeting that's going to be held. And I believe we will review in January CISPAC's recommendations that will be based on the superintendent's recommendation. I believe that's what we will be looking at. Is that correct, McCall?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would anticipate at that time that you will likely see two different recommendations unless the superintendent decides to take all of CISPAC's recommendations and include those in hers as well.
Or CISPAC approves the superintendent's recommendations that they see in January. That could be another reason why we may only see one. So I guess
correct.
We see two recommendations that day. Thank you.
Further questions from any board members?
I have a question, please.
Dr. Shaw.
So first of all, appreciate the work that the task force has done in looking at these recommendations and trying to still, well, maintain the integrity of our licensure process, but providing some flexibility as we have seen over the last few months with unusual cases that we need to have. I do have a brief question, and if you answered this, it sounds like one of the recommendations may be to have 3 years of counseling experience act as the background for the ability to get an administrative endorsement. And I just wondered if our educational partners in SAM or any of the educational input from that organization in the past, when we've had administrative changes, they have provided input and supported that recommendation. And I just wonder if that has occurred.
So Chair Quinlan and Board Member Shuttle, yes, so those are included in the task force recommendations. In fact, it is SAM, the School Administrators Association, who put together with a retention and recruitment group out of Ochi that particular recommendation. They also have had a couple of other recommendations that they brought forward to the task force that have been considered. So they were not only vital in that consideration, I would say that they're the ones that actually initiated it.
Thank you for that information and for that collaborative effort. I appreciate it.
Chair Lacey, and I'll also add on to that, Dr. Merkel, thank you to Board Member Schottel that they also provided testimony and support at the CISPAC meeting where they reviewed that. So they're also providing public input throughout the process as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
Did we make the motion? Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Back to you for a motion. I will note that both items 16 and 17 were information items on our agenda, but I think it is appropriate for us to take action, and it also allows us to get public input via that process. So back to you for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the board adopt the proposed timelines for the development of the Chapter 57 rules.
For a second, please.
Member Hedlund, I'll second.
I'll second that.
We have multiple seconds to the motion. Thank you. Both Member Schottel and Member Hedlund. We have a motion on the floor and a second to approve the timeline for Chapter 57 of our Title 10 regarding educator licensure. Is there any public comment regarding the timeline that we have before us and that is on the screen? Any public comment? Any public comment from the waiting room? Paul's shaking your head no. Any board member comments? Just to thank everybody for continuing to hang in there. This has been a long process, a learning process for all of us, and I will look forward to kind of seeing what comes out in the wash, so to speak, in our May meeting. So with that, I'll take the vote. All of those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The motion passes, and thank you very much to everybody, to OPI for the partnerships that you have forged in getting to where we are today. Really appreciate that. Good work. That concludes the licensure committee portion of our meeting today. I think it now would be a good time to take a break to stretch our legs a little bit and get some water after the wonderful lunch we had at the Egg Center. And we will come back. It is 2:49. So let's shoot for coming back at 3:05 to reconvene for executive committee and MSDB liaison item. See you in about 15 minutes. I'm sorry. They sit up in your house, which is nice, so we don't have to have them. Sure, but it's not a problem. It's not yours. I didn't know. Yeah. Yeah.
off the fall that we hold it to that long.
Yeah. And you are. Ah, I read you. Oh. Well, I mean, I don't know your name, so I'm like that. I'm the reporter. Yeah. I should be highlighted as well. We're the Regents now. Yes. I used to be the associate provost. Oh. And he was. So I just. I don't know, I guess I was educated. Sounds like you guys have been doing similar. Well, the mask has taken over. In fact, I'll give you the numbers. From August 10th meeting. Up to the other one. Yes. She's old.
Oh, I just got out of this. Position. I'm excited.
So it could have yeah, 16. Yes. No, yeah.
Yeah,
so pretty overwhelming support. Yeah. And so despite what it's not the case, the large majority. I think you're leaving us. Well, it was very entertaining. Although I was surprised, honestly, and this is not a criticism, but I was surprised that the disciplinary one was named in this. It's different when it gets to the OPI. Then it won't. Yeah, it is. I was just surprised. Yeah. I was too. It's like I'm from school district. Right. Usually they don't have sense. They really don't have that much privacy when it comes to vulnerability. And so we've had kind of a shift in that in the last several years. public displays, there's a lot out there. I feel like people who work for the state are always really surprised when I tell them, yeah, I can look up how much you pay.
Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah. That's what I mean. Anybody could have looked up how much money I made, and believe me, they did.
I've got a friend who worked for OPI for a while before she moved to BPHHS, and now she's in Missoula County. But like when she moved to BPHHS, we're on a hiking time. She's like, man, you're getting paid way better. She's like, you look to me, I'm like,
Yeah.
So there is not, it's evolved over time. I think it's right. You know, but
No, the other
or
thing,
allegations.
I say the other thing I noticed is that it's all women.
I know.
Now, that's not unusual given the teaching. There's so
Yeah.
much
This is
the lower grades.
It's almost always time. Our executive director. Actually, who starts every year. And we've always free board members appointed.
I've been reading it.
Yes, it's February. Well, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's fascinating stuff.
Yeah. Well, no, it's interesting, particularly the one with the guy with forever license.
Yeah. Well, it seems absurd, right?
But you're right, if somebody just, I'm giving an honorary degree.
Then you get an honorary lifetime license, you know, then should you be able to have one or not actually. So that's why this sounds right there. It's not. Well, I think, since we can, that's why we have this process. You know, administrative rule contemplating every individual circumstance. That's why we.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want agreeable, you know. We've had several initial pieces about the school counselors and deny those because they're not regional. There are all kinds of school counselors that like the administrators, and it's because one comes and says, I'm a school counselor, that's not going to. He said, let's change our rule. So now we're going to change the rule so that yes, everybody. So that's a better way to, when you start getting a bunch of not, you know,
Right,
it's unusual.
Yeah, there was one other thing. Oh, I know, I didn't know.
Me either.
My job at UM is a presentation all the time. And I've never heard of
Yeah.
Northwest.
Yes, exactly, exactly. But, you know, that's kind of how things dug down and found the things. So, there are. Is this? I mean, I don't know if this is exactly what, but fundamental Christian. So that. Could be accredited and they accredit their own churches. Right. That wouldn't be so much. You guys could probably there's all those little nuances. So, but thank you so much for coming. Thanks for being here all day.
Yeah, absolutely. Sandy, I was gonna say, it's nice to actually.
I know, exactly. I know, or phone, even I just actually spoke on the phone, so. Did you guys, somebody comment on that story, or should we get feedback?
Yeah, I actually, that was probably, since I started covering education 11 months ago, like, that's probably. Yeah. So we're feeling a shift.
I know. I don't know. Yeah, I have for that. That's probably better.
They did, and actually, I'm waiting to get the staff. doing a story on like public testimony about
they thought it didn't have to do with the staff. Their comments were that the school district are doing something. Yeah, so that's what they did.
Which makes sense, and I know that I think there's going to be some comment.
Guys, wait. Oh, yeah, we just.
Yeah, it was, yeah, it was. Oh. I mean, I don't know. Well, thanks.
Yeah.
And I'll be here. I might sneak out at some point.
Totally understand. We're just glad to have media here covering us. It's great.
Yeah, no, it's well, I mean, I've been actually going here.
Right. It's so awesome that we have this process. Possibly every single instance where and so this process Sure. Sure, you got it. We'll know a little bit more. So that is. Yeah, I'm stickler for time, sorry about time.
I'll ask board members to prepare to come back into session. Okay. Thank you. It is 3:06 p.m. on November 18th, and we are at the Board of Public Education meeting in Missoula County Public Schools Administrative Boardroom, and we are coming back into a session after just a short break. We are going to begin on item 18, which is part of the Executive Committee report, and we have 3 reports under this item before we move into the next section. So item 18 is on page 151 of your packets, and it is a federal programs update, and we have Dr. Julie Mergel back with us again to give us that update. Good to see you again, Julie. Thank you for being here, and take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lacey and members of the Board of Public Education. Yes, it's good to see you again. For the record, my name is Julie Mergel, spelled M-U-R-G-E-L, and I'm a senior manager at the Office of Public Instruction. So today I'm here to just provide an update on Federal American Rescue Plan Act under the Elementary and Secondary School Relief Fund, better known as ARP-ESSER. And really kind of share 4 areas with you. Just an update again on just of what ARP-ESSER is, key dates and technical assistance that the OPI is providing for ARP-ESSER, as well as what's upcoming for data collection and just a few additional pieces around ARP-ESSER, if you will. So this is just an informational packet and an informational item. And as you had mentioned, Board Chair Lacey, it is starting on page 151. So on August 5th, 2021, the U.S. Department of Education did approve the Montana ARP-ESSER state plan. And we have been in the process of really working with our districts on putting together 2 plans. One known as the district ARP-ESSER plan, and the second as the safe return and continuity of services plans. We have gotten links for all of those plans from our districts and have them available on our website as well, so that all public stakeholders have access to both of those plans from our districts and can see them there on our site as well as on the individual districts' websites. We also on our website kind of maintain an update every month about the expenditures of not only ARP-ESSER, better known as ESSER 3, but ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3 expenditures and how those are going. And so we're really keeping track of looking at them. When we put the board packet together for you on page 152, you'll see those graphs there. That was from October, but because in the middle of the month, we updated it again in November of 16th. So what you can see there is that first issuing of ESSER dollars came out in March of 2020 with 41 million. To date, the school districts have expended about 71% of that. And then for the second set of funding that came in ESSER 2 in December of 2020, we have expended about 12%. Then ESSER dollars, which came out in March of 2021, school districts have expended at this point in time about 1%. So what you see there is those deadlines come for ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3, 3 years after they've been allocated. So it is down to about 10 months for school districts to spend the remaining funds that we see in ESSER 1. EANS is also listed on there, and EANS is for private schools, non-public school entities. There was funding for public schools within ESSER 1, but then when ESSER 2 came out, public dollars were separated out. So you can see now we're keeping track of EANS 1 and EANS 2 separately. And as of November 16th, 5% of those dollars have been spent. In terms of just a kind of a timeline, since we did the board packet, a lot has been moving within ARP ESSER, and so just have some updated dates for you since publishing and sending that over to you. Right now, between October 22nd and November 12th, we did have open the Montana After School Grant intent to apply, so that anyone that was looking to apply for some of that after school funding, that's part of the 10% set aside for the state in ARP ESSER 3. We're just gathering information on that, and the process is moving forward. And so that intent was out and has been collected. We've also had an opportunity to put out a grant intent for districts to apply for homeless children and youth program under ARP ESSER. There was 2 of those. And that currently intent is out for districts to apply if they're going to be eligible and want to seek some of that additional funding for youth that are experiencing homelessness. In terms of some other really critical dates, we're really excited to tell you that on November 10th, districts received feedback on their ARP ESSER plan. And as you guys had approved, the CSIP, the Continuous School Improvement Plan, was embedded in there. And so the school improvement goals and then the strategies that they were going to use to implement those goals and how they were going to monitor them for English language arts, math, and another goal were included in this ARP ESSER plan so that they just had one plan to do. So a team of folks at the OPI came together of about 36 people and reviewed every single district plan and provided feedback to them. And so we were able to see some patterns across the plans of some things of looking at, you know, kind of what did we see happening from every school district, regardless of size, regardless of location in this state. So it was really interesting for us to really kind of see that. And one of the things that we noticed on the CSIP, just as a general piece for you guys to know, is like really recommending to a lot of school districts to kind of narrow and focus on a few goals and really monitor those goals rather than doing a lot and just trying to really kind of focus on those. So that went out. And now districts have the opportunity to update those plans. And so we sent out an update tool that kind of went with this original ARP ESSER plan. And so they had implemented it into the template and then sent it to us. And we were able to then kind of like convert that into a readable format, ADA compliant, and kind of really polish it up to look really nice. And now it's back to them so that they can do an update on that plan. And it will track for them all of the changes that they make so they can see when did they make any changes to that. In some of those plans, if there were pieces where they weren't in compliance with the federal component, we are asking them to make those corrections so that they get into compliance on those plans immediately by December 17th. All others for the district plan, they have to do an update at a bare minimum of every 6 months. And so they can choose at this time if they want to, if they have corrections, to go in and also do an update, or they can wait until the 6 months comes up. And for those district ARP ESSER plans, the 6 months may not come up until February. So if they were completely compliant, they don't need to do anything at this time until they get closer to that 6 months. The one piece that's really critical with that, though, is when they go to do the minimum 6-month update, they must seek stakeholder engagement. They may also take that engagement into consideration as they're doing those updates. Now, the second plan, the Safe Return and Continuity Services Plan, that 6 months is up for many of our school districts because those were due by June 21st of 2021. So they're moving into now in November and December into their 6-month minimum where they've got to go out, seek public comment on those safety and continuity services plans and get those updated and get those posted to their website. So we're really encouraging folks to do that by December 17th because part of the regulations that we have is that we will monitor those and ensure that every 6 months those are getting updated. So again, there's a couple of critical dates on December 17th, just updated those safety return plans. And then if there are any corrections that need to be made on the district ARP ESSER plan, that's also the 17th. I think the team at the OPI has done a great job in the data world around really creating these templates and creating tools and videos and technical assistance to really help school districts do that in a way that's really efficient and really can can help them get through that, maintain a tracking of it, and really support them being able to get it up on their webpage. So we've done some technical assistance webinars just this week. I offered some office hours to support folks as they take a look at their feedback, make sense of that feedback, and any corrections and updates that are coming. One other piece I want to share with you is about ESSER data collection. So the first round of ESSER data collection public comments were due to the U.S. Department on August 31st of 2021. The OPI did submit a response to the U.S. Department of Education, including many other states, regarding concerns of the data collection that was originally proposed for ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ARP ESSER. And so they did take some considerations into that and made some changes on that. And so then the department reissued out another interim rule on October 29th for us to take a look at the new proposed ESSER data collection, and are now at this point collecting public comment on this newer version of the ESSER data collection that have to be back by November 29th. So we are crafting a response plan to get that in. In the meantime, at the OPI, we've been working, though there's been a great team there who have really gone forward under Chris Noel. She's doing a fabulous job with her team to kind of create a data collection tool so that when this does come out, we're ready to go. We realize this is a federal requirement. We're trying to put together a tool that's going to be something that the district can complete, and trying to help them be able to do it in an efficient way. There's basically data that's coming in 3 different categories: fiscal, programming, and personnel. And then within that, there's like 6 subcategories under it. Things like expenditure details, information about the 20% of funding that needs to be spent for ARP ESSER to address lost instructional time, to school safety and infrastructure, technology and remote support, personnel, in terms of the number of positions that have been supported with ESSER funds to either be retained or new positions, as well as equitable support. So we are just awaiting from the department to kind of finalize what they're really going to require in that data collection. In that first data collection proposal that the department had put out, they were saying February 10th would be the date that we would need to be submitting information back to them. Then they kind of came back in the second one and saying it's going to be early of 2022. So we're just kind of waiting on what those final pieces are, but also at parallel at the same time getting ready so that when we do need to do that, we can be sure that we give our districts as much time as possible as they can for that. That's really kind of the highlights that I have for you around what is happening in ARP ESSER world and kind of where we're at right now, and kind of the timelines, and really trying to keep information posted and updated on the OPI webpage, and really trying to keep it very public around what the money's being spent on and how it's going, and really supporting our schools with that. But I did want to share with you, I feel like it was really beneficial due to your guys' decision to put the CSIP in there, that we're actually able to provide some feedback back to districts and kind of embed these things so there wasn't 2 separate plans, but rather one plan that they were working towards. I stand for any questions the board might have.
Thank you, Dr. I'm sorry, somebody needs to mute their. I've also received very positive feedback on providing those 2 plans for school districts. So I think that was great to be able to do that. And I bet they were excited to receive feedback and to be able to make modifications based on that. So thank you for your work around that. Are there any other board member comments, questions for Dr. Merkel regarding the federal report? Thank you. The document in our packet was very informative, and look back at it, keep track of all of these acronyms and dates and all of the complex things that go into managing the federal dollars that come in to support students in our schools. So thank you very much, Dr. Merkel. We are now on to item 19, which actually encompasses a lot of pages in our board packet this month. This is the bus standards revision update. This starts on page 158 of our packet. It takes up a lot of pages because it includes both the markup document for the bus standard revision, as well as the clean copy and what it looks like. So sometimes it's hard to read the markup, so it's nice to have a clean copy to refer back to as well. And Jacob Griffith is going to join us today to be able to walk us through and present the bus standards revisions. We're anxious for this update. Hello, Jacob. Good to see you again today.
Chairperson Lacey, members of the board, thank you for having me back. It's nice to be back this afternoon. Yes, this is quite cumbersome in terms of the standards and takes up a lot of your packet. It starts on page 158, I believe, of the board packet. What I want to do is walk through sort of the process that OPI used for the bus standards revisions, let you know who was part of the committee and go over the reasons for the revisions, and then stand for questions. I don't want to go through every detailed piece, but definitely want to highlight some of the more important pieces here.
Jacob, can I just interrupt for one moment?
Sure.
For the board, the bus standards are a little bit different than the other standards that we typically look at, and then it's kind of a handbook format almost for school districts. So it has standards in it, but the appendices in particular also provide a lot of additional information. So it looks a lot different than our other standards, the way that it's kind of packaged. So sorry to interrupt, Jacob. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. It absolutely does. And in terms of administrative rules, these standards are not necessarily rules. Our rules refer to these standards. So when it comes time eventually to look at adopting these standards, the rule change will be really simple because we'll just be updating the year of the standards rather than having to do anything more comprehensive. So that's also a distinction as well. OPI convened a committee of OPI members and then community stakeholders. We met first on August 6th and September 30th. I can tell you that we had members from Montana Highway Patrol present. We had OPI members, our Director of People Transportation, Donnell Rosenthal, which I have to tell you all, she did an amazing amount of work on this. This is a lot of her handiwork in doing, and so I get to present it, but I certainly don't want to take credit for the work that other folks did. We had members from Penn West Insurance Company. We had members from local school districts and transportation directors there. So we had and Representative Durham, who was the sponsor of House Bills 207 and 267, which is what precipitated a lot of this. And McCall also was a participant as well. So we had a great working group, and that was nice to see. I think it's just sort of kind of important to highlight what the three House bills that we as a committee addressed, which were House Bill 207, 267, and House Bill 300. 207 essentially authorizes 4 more flashing red lights on a school bus. It used to be 4 and only 4. And so the purpose of this bill was safety, to be able to put more lights on a bus to illuminate that bus so that it's easier to detect and see. So really what House Bill 207 did was give the ability to add flashing red lights both to the front of the bus and the back of the bus. And then the standards we addressed, and I'll go through that in a second. House Bill 267, the real crux of this bill was adding an extended stop arm to school buses. So any bus stops that require pupils to cross the street to enter the bus, starting in July 1 of 22, are going to be required to have an extended stop arm. What an extended stop arm is it's essentially a piece of equipment that attaches to the existing stop sign. And then it would essentially partially block the oncoming lane of travel and extend out with flashing lights that is going to be more visible to oncoming traffic, as well as traffic from behind. And then House Bill 300 allowed the use of passenger vehicles between 8 and 15 passenger capacity to transport students to essentially extracurricular activities or outside school functions rather than a normal home to school transportation route. So if we just kind of go through the standards, what you'll see is you'll see some general updates throughout all of the pages. The committee looked at, obviously updating the acknowledgement. The table of contents was updated and formatting to correct prior spelling errors, grammatical errors, and just other formatting issues that were present in the 2018 standards. The committee looked at writing a new introduction, and I can tell you sort of the reason behind the introduction. One was I don't think that there was previously an introduction to these standards to explain what they are and what their purpose is. So we've done that. In the red line version, it would be starting on pages 17 and 18. But also part of the reason for writing this introduction was to clarify again, what the standards are for, especially with House Bill 300 and not, having any confusion over Board of Public Education, OPI's ability to regulate school bus safety standards, but not wading into passenger vehicle standards. So that's the purpose of the introduction. We also looked at, in the red line version, it would be starting on pages 33 and 34. It was some updates to the first aid kits and body fluid cleanup inspection. The real change here, we heard from some of our district transportation directors as well as Highway Patrol that when you look at the inspection form and sign off sheet, Highway Patrol was expected to do so, sign off on those and the contents of both of those kits. The issue is Highway Patrol wasn't consistently doing that. And frankly, transportation directors are in a much better position to count and make sure the items that are in there are not only are there, but they're actually appropriate. For example, a Band-Aid, Highway Patrol is not going to be able to tell if that Band-Aid was put there 6 months ago or 6 years ago. And so we just thought that it would streamline the process to be able to put that just solely with the transportation directors. Lamps and signals, it's on page 40 of the red line version, it goes into 41. This is where House Bill 207 was essentially implemented within the standards. So like I said, it used to be there was at least two red lamps on the front, 2 red flashing lights on the back of a bus. Now it can be 2 or more on the front, 2 or more on the back. And really what the standards committee was trying to do was make sure that we had some level of uniformity to what those lights would look like. So the main point is that the lights need to energize and act like the other lights that are already installed, the other red lights, right? So you don't have a strobing effect or you don't have a discoloration effect where some are different colored or you have some inconsistency there. So essentially they energize and work like the other lights is what you would find on page 41. Page 46 of the red line version, the committee looked at the standards for safety with regards to seat belts. Essentially what the committee was recommending the change to be is that if the seat belts are there and they're available and you have an appropriately aged child by age or weight that's on the bus, use the seat belt that's there. There is code in MCA that essentially makes an exception for school buses and child safety restraints, but the committee felt like it's a best recommendation to properly restrain children if it's available, which makes some level of sense. If you look at pages 48 and 49, this is essentially implementing House Bill 267 into the standards, which is the stop signal. I will tell you that this was probably the most debated and discussed topic throughout the committee. But ultimately, all the committee members were unanimous in this language, which was nice to see. And here was essentially the issue. So House Bill 267 essentially says that any route where students are going to be crossing the street to enter onto the bus, you have to have the extended stop arm. The extended stop arm has to be a minimum of 54 inches off of the bus, 36 inches off of the ground, and it has to have flashing red lights attached to it. On the market, frankly, there's two providers of these stop arms. One of them has an additional illuminated stop sign at the end of the stop sign, or at the end of the stop arm. The other one doesn't. There's some school districts in the state that are using the first one that I described that has the secondary stop sign, but expense is quite different between the two products. And so what you'll see in here is the language mirrors what the requirements of House Bill 267 are, and then recommends but doesn't mandate that the districts use the stop arm that has the additional stop sign to it, but still leaves the decision up to individual districts and the local control, because there is a pretty vast difference in the cost of these. And like I said, that was sort of the crux of most of the discussion, but with this language of should rather than shall, all committee members were on board with that. If you look at pages 62, some of the operational requirements were just updated. Again, this was updated for House Bill 267. And then another big change was starting on page 64 and 65. It's an update to the transportation choices. This is where House Bill 300 comes into effect, and the discussion of House Bill 300 and how that really applies to the bus standards. So House Bill 300, like I said, authorizes districts to use passenger vehicles to transport to extracurricular activities, 8 to 15 passenger. The issue is that it's a passenger vehicle. It's not a school bus. And it doesn't fit the definition of a school bus under Montana law or federal standards. So the committee ultimately decided, look, Board of Public Education, OPI, shouldn't be in a position of approving or disapproving of these vehicles. Really what it should come down to is local school boards, Department of Motor Vehicles, and insurance companies making that determination on whether vehicles may not be appropriate, because they're just simply not school buses. And so you'll see that reflected in there. And that also brought up the discussion of motor coaches. We all know that historically motor coaches have been used by.
I'm sorry, what page was that? Page was that on?
64 and 65 of the red line version.
Thank you.
And that also brought up the changes to motor coaches, because that's a similar posture, right? Motor coaches are not necessarily regulated by OPI or Board of Public Ed. They're regulated by the Department of Transportation. So we made that change reflective. And that harkens back to my original comments about why there was essentially an introduction added. Because I think the point is that if school districts are going to choose to use something that's not a school bus, we still want pupils to be transported as safely as possible. So there's nothing that prohibits a school district from looking at these standards and applying them as appropriate to either passenger vehicles that are being used or motor coaches. It's just simply saying that these standards don't regulate those. We also looked at updating the standards in terms of electronic devices and electronic device uses. This was brought up. It's on page 68 and 69 of the red line version. it was just kind of bringing an update to bus drivers shouldn't be using electronic devices for texting, listening to music, making phone calls, right? It's really to comply with state and federal law on that, because bus drivers need to be paying attention to the road. There are some exceptions in there for think of it like a GPS device that may have a route that's preloaded and the route is moving on every time that there's a stop. Obviously, they'd be able to look at that. But really what we're getting to is you shouldn't be listening to music, you shouldn't be texting, you shouldn't be making personal phone calls while you're driving a bus, except for emergency circumstances. So that's why that was added and changed in there. There's a new section on page 70 of the red line version, and this is railroad procedures. The committee looked at this and added railroad procedures just to comply with existing Montana law, and also just best practices, what is being taught out in the field. Pages 72 and 73 of the red line version, you're going to see designated stops. This is a new section. This is precipitated again by House Bill 267 and the changes that were there. So these are just changes that reflect the statutory changes. Evacuation procedures are on page 60, or I'm sorry, on page 77. That was a small adjustment to just describe how best to evacuate a bus away from a train track instead of, quickly away from the train track at a 45-degree angle, which is also best practices. Passenger vans is found on page 81 of the red line version. This again is what I don't need to go into too much further, but this is the House Bill 300. And speaking to them not being necessarily school buses. There were some glossary changes that were somewhat minimal in terms of updating what a service animal is to reflect Montana law, updating the definition of a school bus, so we were clear on that. And then adding definitions for the stop arm that I spoke about, and adding definitions for a passenger vehicle. If you look on page 122, there's a new section there as well for some clarity as to who hires or who terminates employees, specifically bus drivers. You'll see that that's obviously a local board of trustees decision and responsibility to hire or dismiss. That was just a clarification point in the standards. And then one of the last ones is on 146, starting on 146, and that's what I've already alluded to in terms of the motor coaches and the changes in the standards that would reflect removing the motor coaches from the standards. Those are the high-level highlights. There's a lot of information in your packet. There's a good amount of red lines, but I stand for questions if the board has any.
Thank you, Jacob, for the very concise rundown of all of the changes. There were many of them. So thank you very much for that. Are there any questions or clarifications from board members? Member Headland has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to know, Mr. Griffith, if you could go over a little bit with me. Is this set in stone then? Are these revisions set in stone?
Well, board member Headland, I don't necessarily know that they're set in stone. They're the bus safety standards that are Board of Public Education's bus safety standards. So in terms of set in stone, I don't think anything's set in stone, because today is an informational topic. It would be set in stone if the board decided to adopt these safety standards as proposed at the next meeting.
thank you for clarifying. I was seeing where we were at in the process. Sorry if I didn't ask that the best manner. So I guess my big concern, which is the one that you mentioned, was the most highly discussed is the stop arm. So speaking to many transportation directors and bus drivers in the state, I learned kind of the challenges with the stop arm. So when we are riding, driving multiple miles on rural dirt roads, these stop shake loose and become a constant maintenance issue and challenge. The expense is quite extensive to our districts, and we don't even believe we'll be able to get them in or attached. There's only a few places that are working on buses in the state of Montana, and they're short-staffed like all of us are at this time. So to implement this by July 1st, it just seems to me like it's setting a deadline that we're not going to be able to meet, that many districts aren't going to be able to meet. And I guess I can kind of see it in town, and I've heard there's less issues with them if you're on paved roads, but most of our routes are on, rough dirt roads, and we're just really concerned about this issue when I talked to the transportation directors in rural Montana. And also we've heard and the manufacturers have warnings on them, even from what I understand, about wind speeds and things like that. So if a car does park near them and the wind comes up, it could damage vehicles, those kinds of things. So I think there's a lot of concern, and that's probably why it was highly discussed. I think, safety is critical, but I don't know how we can manage this. We have even looked at rerouting our bus routes so that we don't pick up any students across the streets. We would have to utilize the bus arms. And so we're talking about creating changes to all of the bus routes and adding additional miles and a lot of time that students would be on the buses, because we don't know if we would be able to maintain the bus arms without shaking off of these dirt roads. So just wanted to make those comments and see if you heard any more. I'm sure those were some of the comments that were brought up.
Yes, so Chair Lacey, Board Member Headland. Yeah, I understand those comments were brought up at the committee. I will say this. First, this isn't a result of an idea that originated out of the committee. This is a result of implementing House Bill 267. And second, to your point, yes, a school district could, as the school district sets their bus pickups and routes, not have a route where a student is crossing. That obviously has its own problems and concerns. I can say what the committee discussed in terms of cost and in terms of factors such as dirt roads, wind, all of that was discussed. The best solution in implementing House Bill 267, because it is going to become law July 1, 2022, is to be able to at least give options to school districts. So in terms of that cost factor, in terms of the manufacturing issues, in terms of availability, realistically, what the standards that are before you are recommending are the requirements of House Bill 267. And then the recommendation that if you can, it would be ideal to have the extended stop arm have the second illuminated stop sign that some school districts in the state are using. That may not be a one size fits all model across the state. That may not be appropriate for every district. And so that's why the committee ultimately came to the decision of making that a recommendation rather than a mandate. To try to address those concerns that you're bringing up, because ultimately we have to start at the ground level, and the ground level is House Bill 267 is going to become law, and we do have to address it.
Do you have a follow-up, Ms. Headland?
No, thank you for clarifying and just noting that those conversations took place in the committee. I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood the challenges to the school districts in regards to implementing this, especially on the short timeline. So thank you for clarifying.
Any other comments or questions from board members? Someone who worked on these standards, I think the revision before the last revision, I know that a lot of work and a lot of good thought goes into making these changes. I also appreciate the diversity of the task force that worked on this. I think there's good representation of folks who have this in their daily lives and have the same kind of understanding that board member Headland expressed, and just want to thank all the people that worked on that to get it to this point to bring us forward. And thank you for calling out Donnell for her good work. I agree that I'm sure that she did a lot of work to get to this point. So I encourage board members to look this over, read it over, because we will see this again in January at our next meeting for our final approval. So a lot of pages here, but I really encourage you to look at it and make sure that I would say maybe contact Donnell if you have specific questions regarding what the regulations mean and how they pertain to schools. And safety of students being the most paramount thing that we should consider. So thank you, Jacob, very much.
Yep, thank you. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you. All right, item 20 is on page 456 of our packet. So you cruise by several pages, which is the cleaned up version of the standards, the bus standards. So 256. And our agenda says that Ken Bailey will be joining us, and that is not the case. I believe it is Cheryl Allen, Deputy Superintendent, who will be presenting the OPI staffing report to us. Good afternoon, Cheryl. It's unusual that we don't see you right away. So we're 2 days in, and this is the first chance we get to visit with you, but thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chair Lacey and members of the board. Mr. Bailey was unable to be with us. He had a private appointment scheduled, and with the shifting of agendas to accommodate many requests, it's a privilege to be with you and talk about the staffing report that is in front of you. First and foremost, as you look at the report, you will see that this is the same consistent report over time. This report focuses strictly on what are known as the House Bill 2 positions. The House Bill 2 positions are the same ones that are approved by the legislature. So we get our FTEs from the legislature out of House Bill 2. So that's what this report shows you, and is the report that you've seen over time on that. There are a few things that are important for you to understand related to OPI staffing. First and foremost, there are very few fractional positions at the OPI today. Fractional positions are those where it's a portion of an FTE and a portion of an FTE making up a position number. That doesn't exist in the work of the OPI today. That was one of the things that the finance team worked diligently on when Superintendent Arnson came to office. That does not mean that there aren't partial FTEs. There are, the same way that those of you that have worked in the school systems know that there are partial FTEs, and you will see that same thing here. So that's important to understand that. The other thing is there are vacant positions on the report that won't be filled. So you might say, well, why would that be the case? And I'll give you a couple of examples. So the assessment director several years ago was actually a member of the superintendent's executive staff, federally funded position. As we know today, that's no longer the case, but that FTE still gets assigned at the executive level and it just doesn't get used. I'll give you a second example. If you go look at the CTAE or the CTE section of your report, you will see a federal position there per se. We have a position there that was jointly funded with another agency. The other agency, for a variety of reasons, could no longer support funding that full FTE. So that position sits vacant at this juncture, as the funding mechanisms that could be used just aren't available at this time. So that's just a couple examples to help you understand what might be some of the backfill behind the numbers. So there's another portion that isn't on this report, and that's the question that got asked in a media request that was fulfilled. What is the total number of employees at the OPI? Keep in mind, this is just House Bill 2. These are the ones we get from the feds, and that's consistently what's been shared with you. That number is 202.32 total FTEs. Of that, 154.27 come from the legislature. 27.53 of those are what are called proprietary positions. Those are positions such as payroll, human resources, legal, some of our data work that exists in the OPI, accounting and financing roles. Some of those, not school finance, but our other. So it's important to understand that there's this whole nother bucket that is called proprietary positions. And then there's a final category that is called modified positions. Of that, and I'll gladly send you these numbers so you have them too, is 20.52 modified positions. So what is a modified position? The OPI operates a number of grants, predominantly federal grants. When a federal grant is awarded, and most often in the discretionary world, I can give examples from SAMHSA. If you look at most recent SRR, there are positions that would be considered modified, that you go to the governor's office and request those modified positions. Often when finance is doing that, there are times that when a grant is awarded, we actually do not have, oh, we need X number of positions. So they will request more modified positions at the front than a continuous process of going back and going back. Oftentimes modified positions sit unused, but they show up in the number. The last piece that I think is important for you to understand as well is there's a category called short-term workers. And so when you look at the overall, there are short-term workers included in that. A short-term worker is only allowed to work for 90 shifts. And shifts is an important term, and I see a couple of heads going, yep, know these terms from work at the OPI. A shift could be 20 hours on a day, or it could be 2 hours. It's still a shift. Short-term workers have a position number, but that position number often recycles because we take unused position numbers and often use those in short-term or temporary, which is a one-year position. So I wanted to give you some of that background to help understand context of this. Now, let me give you a little bit on the recruitment background, since you've heard a lot of comments about that. I have been on mass regions calls as well, and questions coming there. But on another call I was on earlier this week, one of the comments made as an effort is underway to create a quicker workforce in pipeline into industry. This was the context. We just blankety blank in seats. You get the idea. We just need this. We just need the people in the seats, because if we can't get them in the seats, we can't get them out working. So the need for workers is not just at the OPI. You can go look across state agencies. You can query other state agencies. This is hitting all of us. And you know this from school districts because you're closely linked to that. They have a need that's not being filled. And so we continue to work on all of those, and the OPI is not isolated or insulated from that phenomenon. As you just recently heard Dr. Eubank talk about, one of the reasons they needed an extension, good cause, was the challenge in finding folks. So that is really important to keep those in mode. The pandemic is teaching us a lot in a lot of areas, and recruitment and retention is obviously a key factor across all spectrums. I don't think it was a pandemic that said, oh, people will work here, oh, people won't work here. It's affecting all of those factors. So I want you to know, since your report was used, OPI was recruiting 14.76 positions. 5 positions have been recommended for hire since that time, with 4 acceptances. 4 positions are in the recruiting process right now. Another 3 are in the interviewing process. And so I think it's important that you understand and get that perspective. We live in unusual times. Ours that we're living, we used to read about. And it's important that we always understand the context related to reports and the like. We would hope that excellent people would stay forever. In fact, I'm looking at folks on this call that I know succumb to the R word, which I think is just a word to go have a different adventure for a while. And we would love that people put that off as far as they possibly could. The average age at the OPI is 50.1 years from the state HR office. So one of those factors that affects as well is folks work in state government, just like they work in school districts, just like they work in other entities. And then they hit a point that says, I think I'll try retirement and some other experiences. Those are really the kinds of things that you don't always get to say, oh no, you can't retire. Though I've tried that, and people laugh at me when I attempt that. But what I would share with you is some of our retirees have actually returned as short-term workers to support and assist in cross-training with new folks that fill their positions and aid in that effort. We think that's really an indicator of the quality and caliber of folks that are at the OPI. I would also share with you that our finance team does presentations for SAM. They do presentations for MASBO. They do webinars for clerks. We have customized and personalized training occurring in that realm of school finance pretty consistently. And those requests are handled. We get requests to come and work directly with clerks in the field, and that occurs. There was actually a communication from some school districts that occurred a couple weeks ago. And I think it's reflective of the open door for superintendents to ask for help. So there was an email that went out with a series of questions that Mass Regions wanted answered. We had districts contact and say, please know we're not part of that request. We get excellent service from the OPI. It's always been responsive, and we want to continue to build relationships. So I think it's important that you understand that. I agree with the idea that the OPI will not be able to turn around. But frankly, I think that any of us would say it's near impossible to turn around perception that is broadcast consistently about what is happening and what is not happening. And too often that is on perception and opinion rather than facts, as you've heard some. I would like you to know that everyone has their own opinion on what the real story is. But like you, many of you that hold and have held leadership roles, you stand up and you defend the people. because that's what you do in leadership. So if your staff was under attack, I'm looking at eyes and people I know that they wouldn't just be silently by the wayside and not saying, no, there's more to the story and our people are doing a good job. And our people are doing a good job. Your complimentary responses to Ashley yesterday were indicative of that level of appreciation for people that work diligently on behalf of the OPI, of which there are many. We couldn't do the work without them. In the past, you've gotten this update every 6 months. If you would like another update sooner, all you need to do is ask and we can keep you posted on progress and results from the OPI. So with that background and review of that report, I'll stand for whatever questions you may have that I'm able to answer.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. Any comments or questions for board members? Member Quinlan, Vice Chair Quinlan.
Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Superintendent Allen. I appreciate getting this report and getting it in the format that you give it. As someone who has experience with the agency, it's helpful for me to see the general fund positions and the state special revenue positions as funded in House Bill 2. Oh, sorry. As funded in House Bill 2. Could you just review, you had a brief section there where you were talking about the number of positions you're recruiting and interviewing and have posted. Could you just go over those, and then I have a couple more questions.
So you'd like to know those that are under recruitment at this time? Is that another way?
I think you had about 3 or 4 categories.
I sure can give you categories. So out of accreditation?
Well, I don't mean that one, but you said you have some that are more status in the process. 14.7.6. It was
14.76.
And of those, you had 4 positions that you were recruiting, and I thought you said 4 positions that were in the interview stage.
Yeah, so out of that number, I'll bring my stats up because I pulled those together specifically, knowing there would be questions related to some of this. So at this time, there are 14.76 positions that are in process. Of those, there have been 5 that have employment offers out. Of those 5, 4 have been accepted. And then when we continue going down that process, let me make certain I'm giving you the ones from my notes. 4 positions are in the recruiting process. So what that means is the position has been advertised, candidates have applied, and so it's now in that process at some stage of the recruitment, whether it's looking at supplemental questions, which is part of the recruitment process and part of what the OPI uses to start winnowing down candidates. So in that process, there are another 3 that are in the interviewing process. And by that, which means that you have candidates that are at some phase of the interviewing process, whether it's in interviews, whether it's in recommendations.
Okay, so I have 12 there accounted for. And are there a couple more that are in a different status of the process?
So those are the ones we have at this time, since since the report you have, we work to keep it clear there. There is a complete level of additional work out, but that's in what we would just call the open position at this time. And sometimes what that means is that it's been advertised, but there are 0 candidates yet in that process. And of that, there's another 3.
Could you maybe speak briefly or at a level you think is appropriate for the board, because we're not looking to micromanage, but could you speak briefly about the positions that are particularly hard to fill?
Yeah, so let me talk about the special education director. if I might, because that's a hard to fill position. That position has been advertised through the state system 3 different times with no candidates meeting the qualifications for that. So we took it and we went out. We have a headhunter working on that. So the headhunter has scoured the state of Montana and talked to numerous folks. I wonder if you might know what the #1 barrier is for someone in the state of Montana that may have retired from our school system to taking a job at the OPI. Anybody want to guess?
The retirement system.
There you go. That's exactly what it is, Madeline, is that what we have gotten back from our headhunter recruiter on this is they do have people in the state of Montana that would express interest, but because the special ed director position is a TRS position, and if they were to accept that position, we all know what that means for them. However, if it was a PERS position, they would gladly be applying, as we have had other retired teachers and employees of the education system come to the OPI. So there was an agreement that was made. I've read it. I don't know all the ins and outs that said these would be TRS positions, these would not. So I'm seeing Chair Lacey's look, and I'm gonna wait eagerly for her thoughts on that. So we've gone out of state as well. We have gotten from the recruitment across the country, we have gotten 1 resume. The reason for that is because we have a process that exists in the state of Montana in state agencies by what's known as similar pay bands. And so because this is a director position and we have other director positions, we get to this cap. We can't compete financially. So what we pay at about $79,000 is somewhere around 40,000 below the marketplace right now. So those are the 2 barriers that we're facing. So we're working on that. We're working with DOA's HR offices as one of our very stable, excellent HR manager has had some changes in his life, and he says, I need to go try retirement while I still can. So I appreciate that. Did that help, Madeline?
Yes, is there any other positions that you would maybe address in that regard?
I would tell you, I believe that is our most challenging position right now.
Thank you.
You bet.
You're right. If you were reading my face, well, Ms. Allen, we probably want to get some guidance on the TSA or teachers retirement, TRS and PERS, because you can roll your experience and your contributions between those 2. And I have an example of that when I was the human resources director for Great Falls Public Schools for 6 years. Human resources directors are not considered TRS positions and are PERS positions. So I paid into the PERS system for 6 years, then became the superintendent, and then moved back over to the TRS system. And then upon retirement, I rolled over my 6 years of PERS into TRS. Or it can roll the other way as well, that you can roll your TRS into PERS. You roll it into whichever retirement system you are at retirement. So perhaps get some guidance from TRS and PERS so that there's an understanding of that you don't necessarily have to retire from one to be able to contribute to the other.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chair Lacey.
Because I can understand the fear, especially if you've had a 30-year career paying into TRS as an educator, and then all of a sudden you hear, that's totally different. I totally understand that. So thank you for mentioning that, and hope that we can have, find the right candidate and the right person, because it's absolutely a key position to fill. Other questions from board members?
Madam Chair.
Board Member Hammond.
Thank you. Are there any paid grade exceptions allowed at this point in the governor's office? Or do we not have that provision yet in this administration? I'm not aware of what it is at the moment. We've had it in the past.
Chair Lacy, Member Hammond, I am not aware of that. We do get some exceptions out of the governor's office that aids us. So if you're in certain categories of employment, so for example, IT, that's a very competitive market if you're working to get folks out of that today. And so we can go to the governor's office, to the budget office, and they have the ability to authorize out-of-state employment. So someone can live out of state and work in IT and a couple other categories. And so we have been getting some candidates that say, yes, we'd love to work for Montana, we're just not going to relocate. And so we have been able to get that signed off by the governor's team.
Any other questions? Thank you.
I do, please.
Okay, we'll go to
Yes.
Board Member Heller, and then I see that Board Member Shaw, you have your hand raised. We'll go to Board Member Heller first, please.
Thank you.
Chair. Cheryl, thank you for your excellent report. And thank you all of OPI for the excellent work that they do. Thank you for pointing out that there's a shortage everywhere. I mean, it's fact. We definitely are all facing that in every sector, retirement being one of the issues. We all know we don't pay our teachers enough. We certainly don't pay the OPI staffers and the work they do enough. I mean, so that's an education problem all across the board. I would highly encourage anybody who is having some issues with some of these things with OPI that they could step forward and maybe help in the process. Possibly, it's always good to be a part of the solution rather than be part of the problem. So anyway, I just wanted to make those comments. I don't necessarily have any questions. I do applaud OPI and all the work that they do for our kids, our teachers, our state. Hopefully we can get up on the upswing with this and this issue. So thank you for all of your work that you do, Cheryl.
Chair Lacy, Member Heller, thank you very much. And I would add a note to that work. So our licensing staff, we added another 1 FTE to licensing. You may not be aware of that. So we've had 4 full-time folks in licensing instead of the 3 in the past. And I got an update today on licensing that said that every applicant that is hired that has all their paperwork in has been issued a license. And so that's yeoman's work to get that done. Also shared, so just that we recognize context, the Montana State University notified they're about 8 weeks out on being able to get the university recommendation over to licensing. If you've worked to get fingerprints done, they're about 4 weeks out right now. It came up on a mass meeting this week that they can't get their fingerprint reports back on substitutes. And we all know that whether you're a substitute, a paraprofessional, a bus driver, fingerprinting is one of those requirements. So it's causing some consternation. So we are talking with DOJ to see if there's any options related to that. But just wanted to give you that shout out. I know you would appreciate knowing that everyone that is hired that has all of their paperwork in has been issued a license as of today.
Thank you. Member Shottle, you had that question, your hand raised?
I do, please. Thank you, Deputy Allen, for your background information and for going over in more detail the information, because sometimes numbers and data are just that when you look at it. And my one question, I think, is more along that line, and I know that you will be able to provide us some understanding, because I think as you look at numbers on this page, perhaps some of the consternation comes from, well, who might be covering this? And I think in the reconfiguration of the departments, perhaps people have moved to different job descriptions or moved to different departments and or divisions, and that is maybe a little bit of the confusion. And I think that if I were to look at this just from the outside, I would say at one point there were 16 people in measurement and accountability, and there were 3 more people in accreditation. You have put together an amazing assessment group, but some of those other peoples that were in measurement and accountability or accreditation, have they been absorbed in other areas, or how are you covering that? Or what does that look like from the OPI perspective as far as reconfiguring those divisions or departments to provide support to schools?
Chair Lacey, Member Shottle. So if we talk about measurement and accountability, that particular unit got broken into 2. So measurement went into our data unit and got absorbed there. And then assessment, which back under the time of Judy Snow, which many of us remember Judy and her tremendous work out of Great Falls Public Schools as well. So Judy had a team of 3 in assessment. So out of assessment, that is now a team of 6 with 0.5 FTE of that coming out of general fund. The bulk of that is federal dollars. So that's what happened in that unit. When you look at accreditation, what I can share with you is that we actually did some redistribution out of accreditation to address the tremendous need in licensing, as we've all known. The licensing RFP is out for modernization of that system. It is underway. And so we are working in tandem as the board looks at licensing rules and makes their determination over time. We've worked really diligently to ensure those decisions will come into the business rules around that licensing system. We believe we will flow and systemize more of those so we're able to redeploy staffing again. So the accreditation unit itself actually has 2.0 FTE in it at this time. Did that help?
Yes, it does help tremendously. Thank you. That helps. It helps to understand, and I think that information shared with the school districts too about how there has been a redistribution may help them know who to make those calls to or who to try to provide that information from, because I think that may be part of the issue is they're not sometimes sure who to call or how to follow up. And I do have another question, and actually this is, this was just interesting to me, and these are federal allocations. So I think this means that the federal government is providing the funding for these allocations, not something statewide. And I am just surprised, and maybe you can help me understand, school health has gone from 18 positions in 2017, with 16 of them being federally, down to a total of 6 allocations, with only 6 being federally funded, and not as significant, but Indian Education now has that same drop in federal funding. Did these go to other agencies, or can you give me any insight as to where the supports for those 2 divisions or what's happened there?
So often the federal funds are grant funded. And so when those grants go away, positions go away.
Okay, so those were grant funded. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate, I'm sorry.
Especially in school health, we get a number of grants there, and the same in our Indian education units.
Okay, that helps me understand. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Member Schottel, Chair Lacy.
Any other questions? Member Headland.
I just have a question, Madam Chair, for Ms. Allen, Deputy Allen. I just want to say that there's no doubt that we appreciate everyone and all the great work that goes on at OPI. I know that there's many hardworking people that are there to support schools and do what's best for students, and appreciate your work and for taking the time to meet with us. So just want to make sure that that's very clear. But I also think that there's a lot to be said for looking into job satisfaction and retention, because there was many great people in the special ed department that did leave, and that's why there's these vacancies that we have. And I know that it's very hard to fill some of these roles and positions, and those people have gone on to take different jobs within the state or out of state, which can be, due to many reasons, like you stated. But I think that those are important things to look into. I know that's something that I do within my schools and my jobs, and see what I can do better to keep employees happy and keep them, if at all possible. So I just think that it's important to also note that there have been many people that have left that were highly qualified and did great services to us at the schools that we miss dearly. So I think we all in the state are working on, while we're working on recruitment and face many challenges with that, we need to focus equally on retention so we're not losing these people.
Chair Lacy, Member Hedeland, thank you for that suggestion. Appreciate it.
I just had a couple follow-up questions, Deputy Allen. One was the question I was going to ask, but I think it's a good follow-up to Member Headland's. Does the OPI HR department conduct exit interviews of people that are leaving to be able to gain that kind of insight, for example?
Yes, Chair Lacy, that opportunity is available, but that is always at the employee's choice as to whether they would like to do an exit interview. So some of those occur as the employee says, yes, I would like to do that. Others say, no, thank you.
Thank you for that answer. And then one last follow-up. So the 14.76 positions that are in process, and then on this report, it says that there are 24.49 vacant. So just doing rough math, with about 9 or so positions aren't in the process but are vacant. You talked about that there are vacant positions that won't be filled ever. So those numbers are in that vacant number, I'm assuming?
They are. Chair Lacy, yes, that is accurate. And there's other positions that are vacant because the process necessary, if a position has shifted or modified with duties and responsibilities, first and foremost, the job profile has to be updated and completed. So when the job profile is done, then a vacancy announcement and a recruitment form, all of those go to HR. The updated job profile has to be evaluated to see, does that require a shifting in the pay band in which that position. So there's a lot of that preliminary kinds of work that takes place. So unfortunately, some of those positions take a little bit more time than others.
So we would never see a 0 vacant if those positions are never taken off this list. Is that a correct assumption?
Yeah, Chair Lacy, I think that's really a great question. And so when you look at the general fund and budgets are built with state agencies such as the OPI and others, what is automatically built into your budget to make it balance is a % of vacancy savings that you will have. And so when you think in terms, would we ever get to 0? As long as vacancy savings are one of those components of how you make a budget work, I believe that answer would be no.
Thank you. All right, I believe that concludes our item here. I just want to thank you, Deputy Allen, very, very much for your time to put together this information. And we're sorry we didn't get to see Ken, but it's always good to have you here with us as well. So thank you very much. We are going to take just a 5-minute break, just to kind of stretch our legs a little bit. I need a glass of water, and then we will begin with item 21, which is our MSD report. I see that Superintendent Firthmeyer has joined us, so we made the trip from Great Falls, so we won't keep you waiting. We'll just take a quick 5-minute break. Thank you.
Yeah.
This one's especially.
No. No, we were up with Jody.
Yeah, right. Hi.
How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
You too.
We had the monthly meeting. We didn't see this.
Right, yeah.
Oh, okay. We're hopefully not gonna do it. I haven't.
Good.
So are you possibly, well, no, I was just, are you possibly? No. Put your stereo right.
Oh, yeah, you boosted it up. There you go. I wonder what I would do in that position. Not this one. No. Cheryl just invited me to come. But anyway. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. So, okay.
I did, yeah.
I'm quite. Yeah.
staff days and I was listening sessions and I ran like longer spring technology.
All positive.
Yeah, it's good. The only feedback we got was when we did the electronic feedback session or the listening session that it's too small. The interpreter is too small on the screen. I don't know. You can't get it. I don't know how to search it.
No, that's actually, I just, that's what I was waiting. Or something similar to this.
Nice. Oh, that'll be great. That'll be good.
Hey, how are you? You made it over? Good, good.
That's good.
Hey, that's fun. Didn't blow away. I've asked you things out my house. I've lived there for 5 years.
All right, let's kind of gather up again. One more agenda item for today. Show your faces or take your face off of you. All right, we are on item 21. It is 4:32 p.m. on November 18th. We're at the Missoula County Public Schools Administrative Boardroom, and we are happy to be able to have our MSDB liaison, Board Member Keller, move us through the next agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Paul. Great to see you. I'm not going to spend much time. I'm just going to let you turn it over to you. We're under the gun here now. We're the last of the day, and we're going to end on a great note because it's MSDB.
That's right.
Go for it.
So we need your help.
I'll just add we're on page 460 of our packet. 460 if anyone thinks.
Why don't you ask this thing on?
Oh,
Just a little bit. Person on it.
Now I think we got it.
And you can take your mask off.
Thank you, because I can't see you. So I just want to provide a little bit of update to what's in your packet currently and talk about the agenda items. But before we talk about the agenda items, just want to update on a few things that have happened since this was put together. Things are really starting to come together at MSDB, especially with our House Bill 5 projects. Our phone system is nearly installed. The legislature provided us $50,000 for that system. It actually is ending up closer to $96,000. And we were able to, unfortunately, but good and bad to it. The bad part was we had open positions last year. And the good part of that is we had leftover money that was supposed to be for salaries that the governor's office allowed us to go ahead and move over to help finish funding that telephone system upgrade. So that project will be done. The other update that we actually met on this week with the Department of DEQ is our lighting project, and we will be the first agency and one of the first buildings in the state of Montana to have classrooms that have 2 different types of control. One will be color controls in there, and the other one will be brightness. So they're really state of the art. It's taken a while for this to get here since COVID hit, and some of it comes from overseas, but it's going to be really exciting. I can tell you that we did a mock-up in 2 different classrooms, and with those classrooms, our blind and low vision students saw the benefit of the new system. And then also our our deaf and hard of hearing students were able to see sign better. So for both of our populations, it's going to be a good fit. So we met on that this week. It is supposed to start this summer with our school building being done first. And then if you walk through our cottage program, the lighting is on the wall. And it's not very good lighting, you can barely see. So the whole cottage will now have like above, kind of like here, and it will just make our building much better. So that is starting. Just today, met with representatives from Helena on our fire system. That's one of our house build projects that we have is, as we know, sprinklers heads last about 50 years, and in our Bitterroot building that was built in 71. So those heads are coming to the 50-year thing. So those will be, like they take, I think it's what they said, 5% of those down, and they'll send them in to be tested. If they're tested okay, then we don't have to worry about it. If not, then they'll replace them with that House Bill 5 money. But then we do not have a fire suppression system in our gym or in our cafeteria, and that 300,000 will go to that. And they were had some nice surprises today that will probably allow us to be under that 300,000 and not looking for extra money where there's water pipes where they didn't figure there was water pipes, so they could tap into it for the new system. So back to the lighting project, we were, sorry, jumping all over, but we were able to bring $141,000 from our leftover funds that we had from staff into the lighting project. So that just means that's $141,000 less than what we need to take a loan out for. And our loan will be coming out of DEQ. It's only going to be about $60,000, I figure, that we're actually going to have to do to update the lighting in our entire building. A little bit about COVID. We applied to be a COVID testing center. We loved our connection with the Luvian. The Luvian does all Great Falls and had certain hours. And unfortunately, we are a school that we don't have certain hours. We have kids on campus 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in our cottage program, and we wanted something accessible to us. So we applied for the EPHS grant, received it, and I checked as of yesterday, we've done up to 100 tests. I think it was 88 tests since we received that grant. And it's not costing any money from our general fund. It's coming from DPHHS, and they supply everything, and it's been going well. One reason we did that is we have had a few battles with COVID this year, just like anybody else has, but one of the main ones we had was a cottage student. It was a student in our LEAP program. So our LEAP program is our post-high school program. So when the student came down with COVID, the parent refused to come get the student because the student was over 18. So that sent us into a little panic, and thankfully, because of some generous donors to our school, that student was put up in Dick's RV Park in a camper for 14 days, and our teachers ran him food every day. And we have a teacher living in Dick's RV Park, because that's part of the whole, like, we can't get some staff at MSDB right now. I just had a lady from North Carolina today turn us down because she can't find housing in Great Falls. That's affordable. So we do have a teacher that came to us from California, living in Dick's RV Park for the winter. We parked this camper next to his, so we watched him, and we were able to take care of this kid. He was very grateful for what we did for him. And it was a unique situation of we couldn't send him on the road sick, and parents refusing to come because of his age to come get him. And that's one reason why you'll see revisions to policy 1905, knowing it's controversial all over the state, all over this country. That's mask policy, but we had no policy to ask people in the cottage to put on a mask until we could take the time to figure out a solution for moving this kid. So we actually had the student next to our nursing station unmasked, and my staff for the most part wore their masks, but that's why we're asking for the 1905 revision. Is we do have cottage students. We're different than the public school, and that could have been scary if that would have went to our cottage. We got our 30-some kids that are in and out of that cottage all the time. Better than that, COVID has been doing good. One thing that we know about COVID last March of 2020, we all know we went to online learning. We know our staff did a great job with that online learning. One thing we learned was our technology infrastructure, the broadband at Great Falls at MSTV did not really support it very well. Our outreach kids may not have received services from their public schools, so I was telling Chair Lacey, one reason I was late today was I submitted a grant for $886,000 that would put in brand new broadband into our school. That would be a dedicated VSL. Now they used to be T1 lines, but VSL for 10 rooms to have live streaming capabilities, kind of like what we're seeing here. So hopefully we can get that grant and we can take care of that need for our students. And then we're going to say thank you, COVID, because it's going to make us now be able to reach every student in the state. If a student needs to have or wants to stream in for an English class or my math class, at least on our end, we'll have the bandwidth to do it. That's pretty much the updates that I wanted to cover before I go over the action items. Any questions on what was in there before I cover the action items?
Are there any board questions?
Thank you. So personnel action report, as you see it, we have, when I walked in, OPI was talking about there was some longevity of some of their staff, and we have one staff member that's been with our school for 42 years, been an educational audiologist for 46 years. She was in Colorado for a while, but our audiologist, Kathy Johnson, will be retiring at the end of January. That's going to be hard shoes to fill. She's done everything all over the state. People come all over from the state to work with Kathy in a booth that happens to be in our school because she's got the expertise of working with the 18-month-old babies that are deaf or hard of hearing. So we're definitely going to be missing Kathy. We will be advertising tomorrow, assuming that the board accepts this personnel action tonight. We will start searching tomorrow. We will be searching nationally as well as locally, but we've already talked to the 2 national organizations, and we know what we need to do to get it close to there. So that would be happening. It goes in-house for a week, knowing that we have no audiologists in-house. We're not expecting any internal applications, but then next Friday is when we go out externally across the nation. We do have one resignation. Jennifer Buck was one of our LPNs. So we are down one LPN. And then we have some new hires. If you remember last meeting, I mentioned that we found Chris Siller to be our orientation and mobility specialist. He is now on campus and he is doing a great job. And he's actually starting to catch us up on IEP minutes that were missed under those services. And we feel we have a plan to meet all those minutes by the end of the year. Diane Moe, we hired her. I asked you to hire her last time as a substitute teacher. Now I'm asking you to hire as an ASL mentor. Again, she had 4 years of experience at MSDB, knows sign language very well, and is actually doing a really good job of helping the staff members build their sign language skills. And that's what that person does. It's not for student support, it's for staff support, building that skills. Bonnie Johnson, we talked her back. She was a full-time interpreter for us last year. Resigned, thought she was moving west, and her husband and her decided to stay in Great Falls, so we were able to get back Miss Jocelyn. And then Christina Lockhart has been hired as a residential housekeeper in the cottage program. And I can echo some of what OPI said. It's taken 4 to 6 weeks to get fingerprints back when they were talking about the licensing. So Katrina actually just started this week as we finally got our fingerprints back this week. So that will leave the positions open. We still have a school site position open that we are, as you see in the report, we actually have a evaluation going on right now. We're working with Lance Boyd and the special ed department at Great Falls Public to cover our school site duties right now. We have our LPN nurse, Jennifer Buck, our audiologist, and then we still have a full-time interpreter that we have open that we've had no applications for. So those will be the personnel actions that we'll be asking you to take. The policy adoptions.
Oh, let's just pause and
Okay.
we'll take them kind of one at a time. So to you, Chair Heller, for a motion, please.
Right. I move to approve the personnel actions for Kathy Johnson retiring, educational audiologist. Resignation of Jennifer Buck, the hiring of Chris Siller, orientation and mobility, Diane Moe, ASL mentor, Bonnie Jocelyn, interpreter, Christina Lockhart, residential advisor, housekeeper.
For a second, please. Second. No one wants to second Kathy Johnson retiring. That is already a problem. Yeah, I almost stuttered on that. Totally understand that. Is there any board member comment? Other than wishing Kathy well, it was good. She spoke at the listening sessions we had, and you could certainly hear her passion for the work that she's done. And, but I totally understand that she wants to go forward and live her life. So we wish her well. Please extend our thanks to her. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Lacy and Board Member Heller. The next agenda items I would ask you to consider are 3 policies at this time. All 3 policies come from the 1900 series from the Montana School Board Association. And the first one is 1905. 1905 is a current policy. And the current policy, it has a 3-foot distance, whereas CDC has gone back to 6, so we're asking that. And then we currently have no language, like I mentioned with my COVID update, of any type of face coverings. We are in a situation at MSDB where we can space out, and then the face coverings would be very beneficial if we have another outbreak in the cottage, and that's where we see it. But it does allow the superintendent, myself, to the day before, let parents know that the next day there could be a face mask. There would be a face mask implementation. So that's 1905. And the next 2 are brand new policies. We did not originally adopt these 1900 policies when we first did, a year and a half ago. The first one's 1909. And that really is to allow staff to work off campus if they need to, if they can telework. We had been working under, we had another telework policy, and I was encouraged to get this one in there for COVID specific reasons. So this is due to COVID reasons that staff would be now allowed to be teleworking if the situation allows itself. And then there's a couple of procedures with 1909. And then 1910 is probably the biggest one that I want to talk about is with the state of Montana, we lost our federal sick leave. The state did. We lost our sick leave. I think it was October 31st, I believe. And that leaves us without any type of leave for COVID leave. And we had an interpreter that just moved to us from Florida. Got COVID, and she had to take leave without pay because with the state, you have to work so many days to earn sick leave and things like that. So that's really started getting the wheels going in a lot of context to OPI, the context to the governor's office. Don't clap, my RSC's on there. I know he had an email or 2 in there asking if we could use our ESSER 3 money to create a sick leave policy emergency for COVID for our staff on campus. And it took a month and a half, 2 months to work through all the different channels. And by the end of it, the Department of Administration said if the Board of Public Ed would approve a policy, that they would support us developing a sick leave policy for COVID. So that's why I'm here today, and that's what's in 1910, is it would create a sick leave policy for certain staff that meet certain criteria to have access to a sick leave, COVID sick leave bank. And the reason I say some staff is in talking with staff, surveying the staff, they really felt it was important, one, that there was medical documentation, so this policy does call on medical documentation. And they really wanted to make sure that those that have used COVID leave or in some eyes have used COVID leave in the past did not have access. So this sick leave policy is for those staff that have used less than 40 hours of any type of COVID leave. So for example, last December when I got COVID and I used almost 80 hours of COVID leave, being that sick, I would not be eligible for any of this sick leave policy. And some might ask why. Well, our funding mechanism at MSDB is a much different thing. And when OPI granted us money in ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, went through some FTE stuff. And really, we only have about $55,000 that we set aside for this sick leave policy. We're just funded differently than public schools. And we want to see this be able to meet the needs of those staff that need it from now to the end of the year. And with 50, we did a calculation. If we would have gave every staff member on our campus 1 day off, it would cost us $36,000. So you can see how fast that policy could eat up that money, and we really want it to be for those that haven't had it to use any leave yet and might need it, such as our new interpreter from Florida really could have used it. So if you vote this policy in, we will make it retroactive back so that our interpreter from Florida can have access to these hours. So we will go back retro to October 1st to November 1st, everything's running together. It's COVID. So I ask you for the adoption of these three policies.
Madam Chair, for a motion, please. Is there a question?
Board Member Quinn. Thank you, Paul. I have a couple of questions. So in 1905, giving the superintendent permission to implement the face mask needed. You haven't had the ability to require face masks because the Board of Public Health is the entity.
Right now, Board Member Quinlan, we did have an original 1905 policy, mask part in the original, and then not using foresight very well, thought COVID was done and took that out of policy.
Okay.
So it was there at one time, took it out, and now really asking it, and it's a lot to do with cottage program.
Thank you. And my second question has to do with the 1910 policy. I see you say it's a Montana School Boards Association template, but I just wanted to ask you if you had it, went through an overview. A little bit concerned about, I guess I want some reassurance about things like 2/3 pay, or somebody's quarantined, full pay, COVID, and what are the attorneys telling you?
Yes, so good question, Chair Lacy, Member Quinlan. As far as my knowledge, none of the state voters have looked at this under a legal standpoint. So if there was a lawyer that looked at it, it would have came from the MT.
You did say that you had talked to the Department of Administration, and they said if the board adopts a policy, then it's a fund. But had they looked at any details at that point? What's the policy?
No, Board Chair, Chair Lacy, Member Quinlan. No, the involvement with the governor's office and the Human Resource Department under the Department of Administration really was with the Assistant HR Director, whose name is drawing a blank right now. And it was through an extensive conversation with him, and then he talked with Anjanette Schaefer, the head of HR, knowing what we wanted to do. And the same thing at the governor's level, really Dylan Plattmeyer, and the chief of staff for Governor Jim Forte were the ones that answered back to us, and we put exactly what we wanted to do with this policy in front of everybody without the action policy. It was all concept at the time.
So, I guess, Madam Chair, I would say I'm ready to vote for this, but I do think it would be important to still have that policy.
Chair Heller, just a comment to make on that note. One of the things that you can do, or the way that some districts are doing it, is continuing to pay out of the general fund, pay those people just like you were. And under ESSER, you're allowed to pay for substitutes. And so that's how some districts are working their way through that. So still paying people while they're on leave. And the school board can make, that decision that those people can continue to be paid. And we can state that we approve you to pay those people while they're on leave and leave that up to your discretion. So for example, the school board can give the superintendent that discretion, so you can honor 10 days of leave, for example, to be paid regularly, and then you can utilize your ESSER funds to pay the substitute that is covering that classroom, so you're not incurring more impact to the general fund. So just a comment on the way that another way that other districts are handling it.
Thank you. So Chair Lacy and Board Member Heller, I'd like to address that because there's some things that you brought up that I should have said. One is unfortunately in our situation, like any district, but we're having troubles getting subs. And actually right now our subs we're employing are cottage workers. So we have some cottage workers that come in and do some paraprofessional work for us during the day and are working a full-time shift at night. And if it wasn't for those folks agreeing to do that, we would have a mess on our hands. And then the second comment to that is that's what we're hoping to do. And because being a state agency, that's where we had to go hoop jumping, because it was made very clear that the state agencies do not have COVID policies. So we had to make sure that we could tap into our ESSER funds and we would have the support of everybody. We do. So we were hoping it would have been easy, but and thanks to McCall, who's got COVID and not here. She helped a lot with Paladin as well. So we're there, and I appreciate the governor's office all the way down to our secretary that keeps track of sick leave on everybody's work on this, because it has been about a month and a half worth of effort putting this together and working with the union and the unions, because this is for all campus people. So even our cottage folks would have access to this. Obviously, our teachers union would have access to it, our maintenance group. So anybody on campus that meets the requirement would have eligibility to this policy or this sick leave fund.
Are there any other board questions or comments?
All right, seeing none, go ahead. See you for a motion, please.
All right, thank you. All right, I move to approve the following MSD policies: the 1905, the 1909, and the 1910 COVID-19 emergency measures.
For a second, please.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the policies 1905 revised and new policies 1909, along with the procedure policy in 1910. Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment? Any board member comment? Let me just make a distinction here. Usually we do 2 readings of policies, but because COVID, the timeliness of it, and to make sure that we're keeping our schools and employees and students as safe as possible, we only do 1 reading on our COVID policies. Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The motion passes. Thank you for that information and clarification, and I know that you'll follow up with attorneys as suggested, so thank you. Back to you, Chair Heller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To move on to the discretionary grant. Insurance, explain that a little bit.
Sure, Board Member Heller. So OPI, as you remember, we're state funded through the general fund. We don't receive money from the federal government unless it comes to a grant. And some of the federal money that we do get is this discretionary grant that comes through the IDA fund that's provided to us through the special education department at OPI. And this has been a grant that's come through them since I've been at MSDB. It helps pay for many of our summer activities, family learning weekends when we bring kids and families on campus, enrichment weekends when we bring kids on campus and other things. It pays for part of one of our outreach consultants. And I tried to get Ken Bailey, not Ken Bailey, Dick Treese to try to give me like 300,000 and I still got stuck at 110. So since there's nobody there, maybe I can request it now. But we do appreciate this grant that's provided to us because it does help us with providing some deaf mentors and some family advisors, and those are staff members that are around the state. For example, there's some right here in Missoula where there's some deaf families right here in Missoula, and if they would like to have a deaf mentor, then we line them up for deaf mentor. And this discretionary grant pays for activities like that throughout the entire state. So it really is an outreach grant, and it funds a lot of outreach kind of activities for MSDB. So I would ask you that, and this is one grant that is needed to be voted on by the board. So I ask you to approve the discretionary grant that's presented.
Are there any board questions?
Okay, do you for a motion, please?
All right, I move to approve the IDEA discretionary grant as presented.
Member Headland, I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the IDEA discretionary grant as presented. Is there any public comment?
You're still going to be in there.
Any public comment? Was that? Is there any board member comment?
I just want to say thank you so much for all of your work and coordinating efforts and supporting schools across the state in your area of expertise. We heard today with the schools here locally that you coordinate and collaborate with them, and I know that you collaborated with my district and many others this fall, and just appreciate all of the service you provide around the state with your expertise that you have and your staff has.
Call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say no. That motion also passes, so thank you.
Thank you.
Closing comments?
Is one, as I have my paper here, I will leave these with Chair Lacy or Ms. Stockton. And on it is OPI's feedback. School districts receive feedback on their return to work plan. And this just shows that OPI approved MSDB's ESSER plan. And now that there's been an update to the three policies, we will update that on our website as well as update OPI. We should be good. That's the end of my report.
Council Chair.
Just again, I hear what Board Member said. You guys are doing great work. Sorry I missed the last week meeting. I had COVID. So moving on. We are done.
Our next item is the MSDB superintendent evaluation. Before we do that, I just want to give a quick update as far as the process that we're moving through on as far as finding a permanent superintendent for MSDB. as you know, Paul is our interim superintendent. So we had 3 listening sessions in October, 1 in October, 2 in November, and those went very well. We had a survey, we had responses back from the survey, so that went great. We used that feedback from the survey and the listening sessions to tweak our job posting and job descriptions a little bit, listening to the folks about what they wanted to see in the permanent superintendent, and that was posted, I believe, I don't know if we got it on Monday, but we did. It was like down to the wire. So Monday the job was posted, and that's posted both here in the state at a variety of different places, but also at some national blind and deaf associations on the national level as well. So that has been posted. And the job will close on January 1st. So I have this vision of people that are applying, maybe even Paul on New Year's Eve will be putting on their final touches because the applications are due on January 1st. We'll be narrowing down the candidates from that. Part of what we heard from feedback is that the stakeholders wanted to provide information to the board about the candidates. So we have added another layer of input, and that will be an MSDB feedback panel. So a variety of stakeholders will interview the finalist candidates that we have and provide to us a list of strengths and weaknesses of the candidates as they see it. These will be the experts from MSDB and will be able to provide, I think, some good feedback to us. And then in our January 13th and 14th board meeting, we'll have as part of our board meeting interview of the final candidates at that meeting. And then, of course, reference checks and all of that. And so we're hoping by the end of January to be able to have the permanent superintendent selected for MSDB. So just an update on the process, and big kudos to McCall and Chris for moving us along through that, and to the staff at MSDB who helped me facilitate and work through the listening sessions. It was just great to be there, and great to hear your staff and hear their passion for the work that they're doing. So just an update on that. So our next agenda item is the MSDB superintendent evaluation. As the chair, I have determined that the privacy interest of the individual outweighs the public's right to know, and therefore will allow the evaluation meeting to be closed. With that being said, it's ultimately the person's choice to have the session closed or open. So I'll leave that up to you.
I would close it just because I'm always worried about comments.
Thank you. And so